Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は、91日目です。It is day 91. We're starting our second quarter. Today is also coincidentally 0 day for Wanikani. In fact, we also have a 0 day tomorrow as well, which works out really well because there is a new development for PSO2 NGS, and then tomorrow is the P5X update. So, all right, first rule of business: it's time to add our N4 block, right? As planned. So we're adding our N4 grammar block. And as well as, let's take us back. Fix it back here. As well as our N4 vocabulary block. Okay. There we go. And then, yeah, it looks like it's set to 3 by default. And it's 3 for vocabulary. We're doing 20. That's how the... Let's double check our math here. And we'll do batches of 5. Let's do 20. It's all of them at once. So let's make sure our math is in order here. So originally we did 5 each, and it was a little bit under a month. Let's see, if we take 1096 divided by 3. That's not how that works. Sorry, the wrong. It's the wrong number. 179. Whoops. 179 divided by 3. We get 60 days, right? So that's why we chosen 3. That's our 2-month period. And then the number was... And then we have 1096 divided by 20. That's that's approximately 55 days, which is more or less good enough. So that's why we chose 3 and 20. 20 was a little bit rough, but I think we'll survive. Then the 3rd month is our cram month. That's what we're gonna do. Let's get into... We have overflow review from yesterday, largely because I need to liberate some time. So let's start with our lessons first. Get back into the groove of things. So our first one is demo. Something, any with question words, or no matter who. Let's see, noun demo plus suggestion. Dare demo, nan demo, doko demo, and demo. Okay. Demo is one of the many adverbial particles in Japanese. These are particles that behave like an irregular joshi, in that they appear... This joshi is a hoping verb. Interesting. In that they appear after the words that they are referencing. But their role is a little bit more specific. Demo itself has several uses, and the use that we will examine this grammar point is called example. To show example, reiji. Basically, this means presenting examples, yeah. Okay. In English, this results in a translation similar to even or something. To use this structure, simply attach demo to the end of any noun or pronoun. Right? That's the first one.
お茶でも飲みましょうか。
お茶でも飲みましょうか。I see.
大丈夫だよ。お前でもできるよ。
お前でも Interesting. Okay. お前でもできるよ。When grouped with the standard noun as above, demo is just showing that the noun is an example of suggestion and that there are other choices possibilities available. However, when the noun is a word like dare, doko, nani, or itsu, the translation becomes much closer to English where it's like anyone, anywhere, anything, or anytime. Right?
この簡単な漢字は誰でもわかるよ。
Everyone. 誰でもわかるよ。わかるよ。I guess because it's positive, affirming. Interesting.
明日はどこに行きたい？どこでもいいよ。
明日はどこに行きたい？どこでもいいよ。Yeah. Yeah.
お前は本当に何でも食べるね。
I see.
いつでも電話してね。
してね。Fun fact, there is debate among Japanese native speakers about whether demo should be considered its own word or if it is actually just a combination of a particle de and mo. Yeah, fair enough. Or te and mo in the case of verbs, but we will cover that later. As de and mo together can be translated as even with a. Yeah, it would be also correct to consider it that way. Spawn. Wait. Spoon. Spoon demo. And? I feel like that was can, right? Like, yeah, kan. Zume. Kanzume. When grouped with nani, the pronunciation nan, yeah. The pronunciation will always change to nan. This is purely to make nandemo easier to say, yeah. Granted, nanidemo is fine. Okay, 83 coverage. Okay, yep. Or we're gonna double check this stuff too. 33% coverage despite doing all these examples, right? New widget. And then related stuff. Yeah, demo and demo. Okay, that's interesting. This must be, yeah, this must be the second point, the other use. Yeah, right. Do we have the unknown ka? Well, no, not yet. And we're only looking at the specific ones below. Dareka. Oh yeah, we do have an entry for somewhat of an unknown. So dareka would be like someone, or and then doko, right? Doko ka. paired with mo and when it's negative. These are two. Yep. Okay, and then this is probably possibly in this group. All right. Easy to, likely to. Okay. Combining it with the stem, which kind of, oh, it's only, okay, it's only it doesn't have like a negation. I'm guessing they're using, hard for the other one, but the combination kind of reminds me of Sugiru, a positive affirmative Sugiru. Yasui, okay. Yasui is an E adjective that is regularly seen attached to the mas stem, right? Every time they write stem, they're actually referring to the mas. Of verbs, the form of a verb that can be used as a noun. When attached to, oh yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that is certainly one way to look at it. When attached to this way, it carries the meaning of easy to A, where A is a verb that comes before it.
私は食べやすいサイズにステーキを切る。
サイズにステーキを切る。Fair enough.
この漫画には振り仮名がついているから読みやすいです。
That is so fast, but fair enough. この漫画にはひらがな、振り仮名ついているねがついているから読みやすいです。Okay. Sometimes yasui has a translation that's a bit closer to prone to A or likely to A in English. This nuance is regularly seen when the verb is related to emotions. Ah, yeah. Alright, right.
あの先輩は怒りやすいからめんどくさい。
Okay. あの先生は、怒りやすいからめんどくさい。かすみちゃんは、泣きやすいから、優しくしてね。Okay, I see.
かすみちゃんは泣きやすいから優しくしてね。
There's another adjective, yasui, that has the meaning of cheap. Yeah, this kanji should never be used with verbs to mean easy. Most of the time, yasui itself will be written in hirakana, and the usage of yasui is quite limited. Yeah. Fun fact, although yasui is an E adjective, yeah, it is almost never used by itself. Oh, okay. That's fair. When not attached to verbs, in such cases, it is much more natural to use the non-adjective. Oh, that explains some stuff. Yeah. Using kantan instead. That does explain some of the earlier examples. Yesterday. 昨日安いゲームを買った。How does this work? Oh, they wrote it in katakana, no, hirakana, just to demonstrate. Fair enough. To demonstrate that you can infer by context despite not having the kanji differentiating it. In this case, I would have written this kanji. I enjoy, 私は簡単なゲームを好きです。Yeah, they're just illustrating. I see. Oh, yeah, in order to separate it. That's interesting. That wouldn't work. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, I see. Intriguing. That is certainly one way to get around that. Obviously, these two are expressing two different things. Nikui. Yeah, Nikui is the complement, yes. Nikui. Makes sense. Nikui, yes. Okay. I don't imagine it's in the group at some point. What is our coverage for the examples? Still above 80%? Yep. Oh, we went with Nikui. So, like yesterday, Nikui is an E adjective. No kanji, huh? No kanji, rare kanji equivalent. Is an E adjective that is regularly attached to mas stem of the verb. However, instead of meaning easy to or prone to, it means difficult. I wonder if they're gonna make a comment about like other ways to express difficult. And those are probably have the same relationship as like antan. Okay.
この駐車場は狭いから止めにくい。
この駐車場は狭いから。止めにくい。Oh, right, park.
今日は具合が悪いから呼吸がしにくい。
Ooh. Oh, 呼吸。Interesting. Yeah, I haven't seen Guai in a long time. Huh. Man, that's gonna create a 33% in the future. Alright, anyways. The nuance of Nikui is that A is a task that's difficult to do because of the required skill level or similar factors. This is different from their Zurai. Zurai, which focuses on a task that's difficult due to being unbearable, hard to endure. I feel like there's still one more as well.
私には英語のリテラリーという単語がとても言いにくい。
単語がとても言いにくい。Okay. Literary?
私には英語のリテラリーという単語がとても言いにくい。
Okay.
お前には本当に言いづらいけど、お前のギターを壊した。ごめん。
Okay. Right. Fair enough. Zurai is not in my use yet. An easy way to remember the difference and nuance between Ikui and Zurai is that Nikui comes from the same kanji as okay. I was like, huh, no kanji, like rare kanji thing. Oh, so it's from muzukashi, which usually carries the meaning of difficult in relation to skills being required. Okay, and then the other one's just the other one. Okay, and then of course the antonym relations. Love it, gotta love it. Yasui. And oh, here it is. Yeah, gatai. I was wondering like where would N like what grammar portion it is. So it's an N3 one. Yeah, gatai, or just tai with ga. Or actually, I think it might just be the whole thing. But this is what I was referring to. I could have sworn there was another way to say difficult. 69%. Okay. All right. Okay. どこでもいいよ。ね。ケーキは、作る、作り、作りやすい。
ケーキは作りやすい。
甘くない。甘くないケーキは食べる。Oh, and then the polite, you can add this. Make it polite. So, 食べ。ね。食べにくいです。ね。Oh, I guess I need the oops. 食べり What? Yeah, so it is 食べ am I having a stroke? Did I?
甘くないケーキは食べにくいです。
There's a chance my N didn't work. My N and M's are not actuating properly, so there might have been a typo. It's a point of consternation sometimes. Alright. Let's go to our vocabulary. Alright, so we have 20. Die. Yeah, next since. Occasionally I say since as opposed to since. There's in English in English this can be pronounced since and no difference from sense. So many interesting things lately, like sense and since. I say since more often than I say sense for this, largely because sense is you have sense as well. Oh, there's also there's even more than that actually in English, because T's get dropped in American English, so sense can also be sense. Sense. This would also sound the same as well. So weird these days. Since, sense, sense. So there's like I have a stronger stop on back here for since, sense. Okay, next. We're just gonna read this, right? Honestly, I don't even know the character study for this anymore. Die other than future. What do we have? This be like a... Alright, die is pretty cemented now. Go to the next one. Dance. Self-explanatory for that one. Comment. Okay. Comment. Okay. Africa. Yeah, Africa. Katara? Katara. Okay. We go through it and then we come back to read it for vocabulary. What are you? This is a custom, right? A custom. I don't... Not it. We'll have to reinforce a note for that. Cross-reference. Dang. Hun. Okay. Alright, senpai. Oh no, no. Kohai. Kohai, not senpai. The other direction. Kohai. Oh yeah. Anime. Anime. Jacket. どんどん、どんどん、どんどん、どんどん。増える。増える。Pretty reliable despite not needing to pull the mnemonic. こと No, あと、こと。面倒ね No, 免許。免許。Oh, this was recent actually, 免許。What was the right? Permit. And then the left is kind of exempt. So like permit and exempt, this is a little bit of a twist, but when you're exempt, it's also an exemplary, right? So it's a permit to do something. Thank you. Okay. Carrera. 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 It's just the plural of males. Nabe? No. What is that? Oh, tatami? I'm not sure if... Oh, wait. Oh, we haven't reached it yet. Okay. We're gonna have to write a note about that. Tatami. Smell. But, naoi. No, nioi. Nioi. Oh, I still remember this one. This one had something to do with, like, an oasis, but I don't know if that's gonna hold up. Okay. Yeah, I ended up converting it. Imi. Sure. And then, kun. Kun. Depending on where it is. Right, contextually. Zettai ni. Zettai ni. Zettai ni. Wait. Zettai ni. Zettai ni. Instead of zettai ni. Zettai ni. Yeah, absolutely. With the particle. And how does that work? Distinction plus against. Oof. Or yeah. All right, so let's go back to the beginning. Look at what we have. Let's try to pick up something. Dai. How is dai placed? It's a prefix. Yeah, okay. So they're specifically referring to and a suffix. Yeah, true. Depending on, at the end it would be since something, and then if it's before, it's next. Actually, is there an example? Oh no, there isn't. Good. A prefix used to indicate that something is approaching or will happen soon, or then something that has happened and following a suffix. Okay, that's okay. Read is pretty good. Dance, okay, a non-Japanese word, right, for a form of rhythmic movement that is often accompanied by music used for entertainment, expression, or cultural rituals. And it doesn't seem like it has anything else. It can be a pseudo verb, fair enough. And it's intransitive as the pseudo verb. Oh no, it's comma. Intransitive as in the tense itself. Gomen. Okay, let's see if there's something weird about this. A casual verbal or written expression of regret for something that was done or said, often to make amends. Right, but what else? What else do we have? Okay, the first one's fine. May I come in? Gomen kudasai. Interesting. That is good. We have to keep note of these. We're gonna discover. We're not reading these example sentences because we're just gonna discover them. So it will look. Permission, leave, license. Onkego. Interesting. I wonder how that works. Dismissal, discharge. Interesting. Not wanting, objecting to. Okay, the last one is right. Like the last one, I'm on board. Like, gomenda. Yeah, but the 3 and 4, huh? Okay. Self-explanatory. A landmass which is often associated with the very beginnings of mankind. Fair enough. Okay, so do I need katara? Do I need something for katara? I might. The visible or external appearance of something, often consisting form and visage. Yeah, that's fine. What do people always say instead of visage? Visage? I feel like sometimes I hear visage. I don't know if that is acceptable, but visage. Let's see. What is this? K? Let's add a quick note here. Pretty sure it's K for the onyomi. Cool. Yeah, K. Kata ga shape. The K was made into a shape using a kata. Okay. Just to throw it in. We gotta cover up the kunyomi weakness as we go. That's one of the separate tasks for vocabulary words. Cover up the kunyomi weakness. Nearly half of my vocabulary words, nearly half of the kunyomi vocabulary words are weaker than the onyomi counterpart. Naderu is gonna do a verb that means to grow, to know, understand, or reduce the difficulty of something over time, right? Accustomed is the character there. To get used to grow accustomed to, right? To become skilled in, yep, like, fair enough. And then to become tame, interesting. To become domesticated. Does it use a different character? Yeah. To become tame. Nareru. Which one is this? Is this the... Yes, it is tame. It's horse and river. Ado, yeah, ado verb, auxiliary, to get used to doing. Yeah, after the ma stem. Fair enough. So this can be added in auxiliary, like sugiru. This is like sugiru. I kind of understand what they mean by auxiliary now. I'm still getting used to some of these keywords, but now we're leaning in on the other keywords like auxiliary, adjectival, adverbial, suffix, prefix, that type of thing. But auxiliary word makes sense. Okay. I'm gonna add a note. Have to stay vigilant on our kunyomis. So this is kan. Overlaps, and then we have reru, which I have to retroactively do. Then we have not. Kan. Oops. But do kan. Okay. They're fairly short. They're fairly short. They've become very efficient. And Cole, hi, Cole, and hi. They're fun. Oh, hi. Actually, now we're kind of dropping a lot of. So the onyomi reinforcements will be very specific onyomis that are a little bit tricky, like rare onyomis. But most of the most common onyomi are fine, and they are double reinforced by Chinese association. So Bolhai a person who is younger or less experienced when someone else got a context, right? This is the ones that come after, so the generation that comes after, or the like sort of the companion or the member of the group companion. So this has an element of, or a lifetime, you could argue a lifetime, so the after lifetime, the after generation. The generation that comes after are junior to the generations that come before. Senior, senpai. Okay, this one's pretty standard. Oya is a special read, but Oya is really important, so we're not gonna write it. It's fine. Oya is John. Oh, the dealer. Oh, that's cute. And then founder makes sense. And then the pet owner. I got you. A biological legal guardian who raises, and cares for a child, among other things, who like take care of things. So, in general, that could be a founder or an inventor who also is responsible for things, and dealer and bankers makes sense. And then pet owner for sure. Okay. Anime. I guess that we don't need any explanations for anime. And then jaquetto, no requirements there. Dondon might be, rapidly and steadily is kind of what I remember about Dondon. That's how I get to drumming, but continuously one after another. An onomatopoeic adverb. A toll adverb. Oh, okay. Alright. Fine. Although Doki Doki is another thing too, but that deals with, most of the time I hear that, dealing with the pounding of one's heart, the rapid as well as rapid pounding of one heart. Doki Doki. The Dondon, Dondon is usually around Christmas. I think of Drummer Boy related things. Or Dondon when you're what are those? Dang it. Taiko drums. Okay. Fueru, for whatever reason, Fueru, whenever I see this, I'm like, yeah, that's increase. I don't know what is it about this, so we're not going to add a note for this, but this is uncharacteristically familiar. There's something I'm hyper right now. This radical is, you have to be hyper vigilant about this radical. This radical is so versatile. The other side, these are complementary radicals, so they're you can throw it anywhere. All puns intended. You can throw dirt anywhere. So fueru now, although there is a chance I could forget the ending though. We'll see. A verb expression to become greater in size or quantity, and it's very unique in its usage, so you don't really mix it up with a lot of things. It's not like suru or yoru or yaru or haku or kairu. Alright, and then the oto. Sometimes I say ato out of visualizing the kana. So whenever I say sentence, like whenever I say sounds and stuff, I actually see the kana. Like when I look at a kanji, I see its kana. So that's kind of the weird thing. I'm not sure how often people do that. A lot of times you get that use of where someone says like, oh, I know my hirakana and my katakana, when you see it, and I'm like, I see kana when I look at a kanji. Like, so, and it comes with pros and cons, because when I think of oh and oh and if I rush too much, I can kind of confuse them on like glance. Like if you add a stroke here, right, that's the structure is kind of similar. So sometimes I would say ato even though I'm looking at oto in my head. Oto. Yeah, whenever I read kanji, I see kana. When I see kana, it's a lot harder when you see kana, but it's kind of still a skill. So when you look at, when you see oto and then you sound it out, right? Oh, can you visualize this? Among other things, there are going to be other things that might pop up. For this case, oto is pretty oto for this very case is kind of unique, so you wouldn't necessarily bump into a lot, but obviously there's a lot of homonyms, right? Or there's a chance that there's a homonym. Obviously the reason why I'm doing that exercise is I'm not thinking of this, right? And I'm not thinking just this, because it would be this technically. And then remember that when you're using romaji, all can be all, so that's a problem a lot of times. And this could be all, so all to when the limitations of like English for something like to, right? To shiba, right? To. So you get used to visualizing kana. And a lot of times there's comments about like furigana being a crutch. I'm like, yeah, if you're reading it, it feels like when you're trying to synthesize or create it, that's a different process than reading it. So constructing it or outputting it is very different than reading it and then confirming. I think that's I did sort of mention that yesterday about Bunpro and explicit instructions. Explicit instructions are great, but it relies on recognition, which means that when you go to output it without triggers or recognition, proper recognition, you're no longer confirming, you're creating. So when you output, there's no confirmation, other than like something dynamic that doesn't involve it. So when you say oto and you ask someone to write what the kana is, they would have to construct it. And I think the vast majority, in my opinion, the vast majority of people that I have encountered, they use recognition as their primary source. So it's easy to them because they're reading and confirming, aka Anki mode is what I often think about. Anki mode, you're grading your own performance, but you're grading your recognition performance. And then later down the road, after spending like, I don't know, 1 year plus of relying on recognition, then they start the process of output. And then the comments are like, oh, well, it's so simple, I would recognize it, I know all these things. And then suddenly like, but such a simple task, such a short task to output it afterwards. I disagree. You have to form the habit of doing so. And habits are, they're not like habits. Habit formation is dependent on your ability to form a habit, not this stuff. It does help when you think a task is easy or hard to form the habit, I suppose. But generally speaking, most of the time, way to determine if someone relies on recognition is to ask them, what does this look like? Like, what I mean is, if you look at this, what else looks like this? Right? And you think of another kanji that looks like this. That would be a great litmus test for seeing if someone is completely reliant on recognition. I can think a couple. Some cheeky ones. The ones that I have trouble with. For sure. Like, you might not think this looks similar. Right? You might not think this looks similar, but with someone who's completely reliant on recognition, they could get these mixed up. Or like even probably something like this. I don't know if this exists. This is the stuff that I typically drill myself with when I'm looking at kanji studies. I look at the relationship between kanji or Hanzi all the time. So some of them become progressively easier or more dynamic, like easier to recall because they're more dynamic over time. Yeah, I'm not sure if this one exists. You put eye under the giant? Huh. Or the stand. Alright, oto makes sense. Fame. Oto ni kiku? Oto ni kikoeta. Be heard. Ah, yeah. Have heard of. I see. Fame. It makes sense. So people heard of you, like something that has been heard before. Or notoriety, right? Vibrations that travel through the air or other mediums and can be perceived by the ears. Fair. Menkyo is tough for me. That's fine. An official document granting permission or authority to do something, because there's multiple men is the rough one. Kyo carries the meaning, so that helps with this permit. But men exemption can be both negative and positive. So men, when it's combined with something that's neutral, it can be a little tough. This, luckily, like at least fortunately for me, it's seen as a permit. So an exemption permit is a permit. The license gives you the exemption of doing something, right? but you could see it as a negative, right? To be exempted from permission, which is the tricky part. If you're doing character studies, that would mean that you're not permitted. Or it could be seen as an admonition, so that can be a little tricky there. Because oftentimes exemption, or men is neutral, at least in my opinion. Men is neutral and is modified by the thing next to it. The reason why is the default, at least in my opinion, when people think of men, they think about gomen, right? Like sorry, or making an excuse. So that would be a negative spin. And if you attach a negative to a permission, it can come off as not permitted. At least that's the line of thought that caused me to pause on this. This was a recent Wanikani level. I think it was last level. Is probably like 42 or 43, something like that. Took me for a loop, but now I see that men is a little bit more neutral than anything. Okay. I'm going over this for my own benefit. I like to review some of the stuff whenever I see a trouble, quote unquote, like a previously difficult or some sort of word that I really hyper focus on. It's because I'm drawing attention to it. I make sure that I'm more consistent. Karera used to be like one of the earlier ones, but Duolingo drills the heck out of Duolingo drills pronouns so hard. Like it's really hard to forget like kanojo, kare, hoka, like anything that is in the beginning that is pointing to someone, like someone, anywhere, someplace, like because they're oriented from English. So these things get drilled so hard to the point where you, like if they come up in Japanese, like, oh, okay, that's kind of a freebie, but you don't, most of the time you might not even need to specify these. Use in reference to males or mixed sex groups, right? Male is the default, so that's one of the nuances. When there are males and females, you would use the male indicator. Tatami did not get tatami yet, but it is on the list. So do I doubt this has a pronounced onyomi. I really doubt it. But let's go double check. Oh, there is Jo. Oh, it's a counter for mats. The heck? Oh no, there's another read too. Oh no, there isn't. Jo is interesting. Do you look like Jo? Alright, we'll write something. How do we break you down? You got a field, a forehead, and what is that? A bookshelf? How do we go about that? The top hat? Top hat and a bookshelf? Okay. I'll just get ahead of it. So we got rice patty, forehead or crown are kind of attached to each other, and then we have top hat and bookshelf. Okay. And then we're gonna use jaw. Okay, that actually works out pretty well. And then we got top. So we're gonna link tatami. Okay. And then tatami. Actually, we're not gonna link tatami, it's just gonna be tatami. Pretty solid. Alright, so the rice patty. Joe. Rice patty. Joe. Some reason likes to wear top hat to cover his forehead. Made of tatami. Okay. Alright, next one. Where are we at? An hour? Nioi is gonna... I don't remember a kun for this. Oh, if there is a kun. Not that I'm aware of, so... Let's clarify this. I think that's a kun. We got ni. Yeah, we got I, ni, o, mel. That's not great. That's good enough. Okay. Ini, that's what I mean, pronouns. You... Okay, yeah, and then Buddy was covered later. Monarch. Original meaning, I see. And then this is the... Yeah, this is an obsolete term. Okay. And then we have kun added as a suffix. A suffix that's attached to young man. Despite female of lower status and archaic. And then Zetaini is kinda rough. An expression emphasizing the certainty or firmness of a state. Granted, it is in its onyomi. I got it. All right. Okay.
あなたの来年の抱負は何ですか？
That's a prefix.
母は今ダンスを踊っています。
君の宝物をなくしちゃった。ごめん。
Just say takaramono. Yeah.
アフリカは南にある。
Eh? Oh. Whoops. What? Wait. Did I write the wrong thing? I thought it was... Oh, did I write the wrong thing for this? Oh, I did. Katachi. Dang it. I did write the wrong thing. Oh, wait. Hold. I did write the wrong thing. Dang. I thought it was da for whatever reason. It's fine. Well, that's why you go through this stuff, for sure.
ハートの形のハンバーグを作る。
I remember, you have to cut the cheese into a specific shape for the cake. It's always nice to have an immediate review afterwards, right? Double check. 新しい場所に used to.
新しい場所になれる。
彼は僕の高校の時の部活の後輩だ。
部活の Interesting. 部活の as opposed to like sakuru or something like that.
親になった気分はどうですか？
I wonder how casual that is.
アニメを見る。
冬用のジャケットが欲しいです。
時間が rapid. 時間がどんどん I see.
時間がどんどん過ぎていく。
Oh, even with Sugi. Cake.
お年玉の額が増える。
ピアノの音がする。
Have to picture the characters here. Or
あなたの車の免許が下りたのはいつですか？
あなたは彼らが何者か知っていますか？
この畳は新しいですか？それとも古いですか？
焼肉のどういったことについてしまった。For sure.
焼肉の匂いがコートについてしまった。
Happens all the time, man. You know, it's such a weird lingering smell. too.
君の名前は？
Huh?
葉月くんは私の友達です。
その、その、ワクチンは、ワクチン、yeah, ワクチン、interesting.
そのワクチンは絶対に安全だと言われている。
Interesting. ワクチン。Okay. Hooray! We did our lessons. Now let's do some catching up here. Ready, set, go. Oh boy. Oh. Ch8.1. Oh. I thought it was not self-determined? Beat? Oh no, it's not self, but you.
今は夏休みじゃないので自由席もガラガラでしょう。
Really? Mm.
スープが残る。
Okay.
私は2時半から3時半までランニングをした。
Oh, goodness gracious. Oh no. Oh no, wait. I got it.
私は経済について何も知りません。
Oh man, economics, man. Economics. That one fit. No. Okay, how about maybe like really?
健康に気をつけてお元気でいてください。
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Hmm.
東京から大阪までの片道は2時間です。
先生、1年生の方は放課後にこちらに集まってください。
城を作る。
みなこっちに来て。
落とし物が見つかる。
I was gonna go with tempted on Sakasu. Hints?
医者、これで診察は終わりです。患者、ありがとうございます。
No. Oh, wait. Wait.
夫が妻に終電がある時間に帰ってきてください。
I have to go through all of them. Man. I went through Sen Sha and then, which are all things related to trains. Ouch, I missed the E. Oh. The extra E. Ah!
あのかっこいいジャケットは僕の姉のものだ。
What? Oh, there was a typo.
父が子供に電車から地下鉄に乗り換えましょ
救急車がすぐに家に来ました。
Came together by Matsumaru, ne? No? All my values came. She knew. Weighted value. Yeah, kachika and then in. In. Yeah, kachi and kan. Chikan. Kanga. Come together. It's looking like gathered up, but maybe thing. Oh. Wait. Intriguing. Okay. That's not it. I was thinking blowing nose. What? Wait. Just kidding.
彼女の英語の発音はネイティブじゃない。
Wait. Wait, I'm like suddenly just drawing a blank.
コンサートの会場で友達と写真を撮る。
Doesn't get it. Need more.
"家事を手伝う。
僕は何学校のことをOh no 続けるOh no できる
僕はできるだけ長くこの仕事を続けるつもりだ。
2週間のホームステイをする。
それからWait, それに On that note, so maybe like それ some Huh. On that note. Oh man, on that note. Oh no, maybe like それでは
それではまた明日。
Okay. Oh, because yeah. I see. I think it's just 人
々に親切にする。
喋るのをやめる。
50-50. I feel. Yep.
その生徒は大きな声で「お願いします」と僕に言った。
母が娘に抗生物質を飲んでから寝ましょう。
Man.抗生物質 something else.
1年に一度は海外に行きたいです。
Oops. Oh, why?
レストランで店員が客
Oh,
に
mase. Whoops. I
いらっ
kept
しゃいませ
typing. I keep typing mas instead of mase.
日が沈むまでカーテンを閉めないでください。
あなたはどの交通系 IC カードを使っていますか？
このツアーはいくらですか？
Oh, yeah. Or
私は硬い言い方より砕けた言い方の方が好きだ。
oh, the whole phrase.
僕の妻は嘘をつくのが下手なのですぐに嘘がわかる。
A bit of 50-50 at the moment. I missed the Anna there.
あなたは2ヶ月前どこにいましたか？
かわいそう。
かわいそうに彼女はまた振られた。
Dang it. Mm. Mm. Okay. Okay. I show something. Or maybe like
東京から箱根へ特急で行く。
maybe this is doing like
手術を受ける。
this is a 50-50.
自動車と家を同じ都市に買うのは良いアイディアではない。
idea.
ぬるいラーメンやうどんは美味しくありません。
あります。Oops. あ、
この森はとても広い。
Oh, no. Uh,
今の季節は春です。
wrong spring.
門を通る。
Oh, a person who laughs. Okay. Oh. Yeah, I did. Pretty good. Nice jingle. I already responded to it. Why am I drawing? Laugh.
私の母はよく笑う人だ。
彼氏を探す。
そこにどうやって行くの？
Naksha. I don't know if you can do that. Nope. Huh. Maybe.
"もう高齢だから体に気をつけなくちゃ。
つけなくちゃ。
僕はテストの結果が返ってくるのを楽しみにしている。
する。50-50?
来週までに1500くらいのレポートを書かなくてはいけない。
33%. I guess goal is the counter. Customers. Customers. Wait, Chaku. Oh wait, is it just Chaku? Oh. Doesn't deal with. I think it deals with buying. Or. Oh, it's not. It's just Kyaku, not Kyaku. Doing.
映画館に客が入る。
手を洗った後はハンカチで手を拭いた方がいいよ。
この人参は甘いです。
Ah. Oh no. Yes.
ツイート。 誰かレポートを書くのを手伝ってください。
僕はまだ一度も burn のしたことがあります。Oh.
僕はまだ一度もやけどをしたことがありません。
I was thinking of the phrase to get burned, but it didn't fit there. What? Oh, wait. I know.
妻の茶碗より僕の茶碗の方が大きい。
運動が嫌いだがバスケのサークルに入った。
Oh no. Impression. No, that's true. Wait. I think that's. Oh no. I feel like men is definitely in it. Oh no, it might not be. Wait. Be like. Oh no, wait. It might be. Oh no, wait. That's opinion. Wait. Does that? No. Can't use that. Can't use that either. No, that would be like testing something. Just looking for a noun. Question. It's definitely thought. I think soul. Could be E. Not explanation. Not introduction. Mission. Probably gonna go on to there's a bit of overlap. This would be a bookmark situation. Cool. E. Gotta be like a E for idea, maybe a soul for thought. Not iken, which is opinion or view. I don't think. I already tried it. Ways expression. I thought maybe like whole or kata, like whole, like way, like hoi or whole soul. Another. Could it be C? Moku? Moku and Ken? Not like orientation or direction. Man, I really thought it was opinion comment. I hadn't even worked on that. No. I don't think it has image in it. Appearance? Shape? Nature? I don't think it has image in it. Yeah, I think I'm going further and further. I already tested if I had a typographical error, which I'm pretty sure. What? It's definitely not image. Like insho would be like kankai? I think kankai is the word. Oh, it could be kanji though.
楽しい感じの写真を見る。
So more so feeling sense. Add this to the. I was looking for 2 characters, but we're talking about feelings here. Of all the times to not immediately think of kanji. All the times. Okay. Right near the end.保険証。
病院へ保険証を持っていく。
What? I thought we just went over this. Oh, no. It's probably because it's
昨日のテスト問題には優しい問題がた
not
くさんあっ
yasui.
た。
Just kidding.
医者、下痢をしているのでこの薬を飲んでください。
How do we long time this? Long time. Hisashi ni Okay. How about passage of time? Something occurred.
「久しぶりに友達に会う」
Oh, okay. It's fine. I had the wrong like the wrong, whatever you call it, the wrong part of speech. Part of speech. So what was the one we had problems with? Kanji. Kanji. How did kanji work? Right? I hope you're doing well. I see you're online every day working. How do you find the motivation and consistency to achieve a goal you need to reach? Set smaller goals, I suppose. Kinda interesting. I'm not entirely sure what my goal that I'm trying to reach is at the moment. If I were to give you a 5, like the TLDR, right, the hot take would be to focus on the process that takes up more than that takes up the most time. That's the like the 30-second version. The hot take is to focus on the process that takes up the most time. With that focus, you find your motivation each and every day. So the 5-minute version, motivation each day to have something to do. So we're going into like the 5-minute edition here. If you're focused on things that you're doing most of the time, then you would have motivation each day to have something to work on. Having something to do combats boredom, complacency, grinding. These boredom and complacency creates what's known as the grinding effect that most people refer to as grinding. The reason why this works is it develops interest, daily interest. So This would be known as process-oriented thinking. So the reason why I'm emphasizing this is you made a comment when you asked the question. Your question involved achieving a goal that I want to reach, or a goal that I need to reach. Right. And those two things are separate things. So a goal you need to reach is something that will only last a split second or a split moment. It is a short moment. It is an endpoint. So this goal only represents, in one's mind, only represents a short or small part. And the way to find motivation and consistency, when they're both in existence, you need a constant source. A constant source. So constantly focusing on your goal does not provide a constant source of motivation. What you do each day is where you would more likely find your source of motivation. So each and every day, I try to focus on what I can do, what I notice in the daily activities. So to give you an example, I don't often tell myself I am doing the same thing. Or same thing. For a long time, because my goal is the same. So whenever someone gets demotivated, when you consistently get demotivated, you become less consistent. Your motivation goes down when each and every day you keep telling yourself you're doing the same thing so you can get closer to the same goal. Each and every day I have a different goal in mind, a goal that concerns improving on a daily basis while going towards a goal. I do have a long, yearly goal or something down the road, but that doesn't provide the motivation or consistency. It's to know that I am not trying to do the same thing each and every day. When something becomes samey, it becomes grindy. So it's your flag, it's your indicator that you need to change something, or you need to improve something. Usually you want to aim to improve something as opposed to simply changing for the sake of changing, right? But it does involve a change. So each and every day I get up and I see it as an opportunity to improve on what I do 90% of the time. The goal, keeping your eye on the goal, in my opinion, will give you your direction, but it rarely produces anything. The only thing it's going to produce is once you pass that line, you're going to look for a new goal. So motivation is not related to the goal, in my opinion. It can provide 5% of your motivation, knowing that you're becoming more and more fluent each day, or you're learning more and more Japanese words. That is it only gives you little bits of motivation. It's not sufficient. Knowing how to always tell yourself yeah, I'm gonna do what I did yesterday, but let's see what I can do today. And then tomorrow you're like, okay, I'm gonna do everything so far that I've done, but what else do I notice about what I can do today? And then again and again and again, and then one day when you go, so variety is the spice of life? No, not necessarily, Beth. That's a little kind of concerning. So when I mean, that's what I mean by if you're changing, if you're making change for the sake of changing, that is one of the cons of process-oriented thinking. So oftentimes I talk about the cons of goal-oriented thinking. That's when the goal is the only source of motivation or consistency, and then you counter it, you balance it with process-oriented thinking. But if you have process-oriented thinking and you don't focus on your goal, like you just forget about your goal and have a direction, that's variety is a spice of motivation. Because variety in a spice of motivation is directionless. So what happens is you could get the other example where there's too much variety. And too much variety is when you get a dilettante. And what does a dilettante look like? A doom scroller. Or a person who only does what they like. Something like, oh, I like this video game, so now I'm gonna go play a different video game. That's a lot of motivation because it's interesting. It's like, oh, now I'm gonna go play another video game. And another video game that's different from the last one. And another one. Then you become a dilettante, which is meaning that you can't stay focused on anything. So it is important, what Meg said, it is important to remember to keep your goals in mind, the goals you need to reach. It gives you direction. It guides your direction. However, motivation and consistency doesn't necessarily come from the goal. It does give you some motivation, but it won't be there to pat you on your back each and every day. But when you think of variety, selective variety, so it's not just any variety, it's a variety with goals, with like goals along the way. Sometimes people think that variety is a spice of life because they're still looking for direction. So when I think of the idiom, how to become young again, right? Like when you're 40 years old and you're stuck in your ways, then variety is the spice of motivation. Because when you try new things, there's a chance something will catch on. But since Up is talking about achieving a goal, the variety has to come with a direction. So we have to be careful that it's not just any variety, it's the variety that involves getting you closer. So like if you want, we can take the analogy of spice. When you want a dish that is sweet, throwing in salt, paprika, bitterness will not get you to a sweet dish. But you can add sugarcane, honey, fruit juice, and stuff. They're all sort of sweet. So there's variety in the sweetness to make you motivated. So like when you're, for example, when you're eating a dish, right? You want to make, I don't know, sweet porridge. What I'm describing is some days you can put in regular sugar. Some days you're going to try honey. Maybe honey is a little bit better than sugar, right? Like straight up confectioner sugar. Or maybe you can mix sweet potatoes into your porridge as a different source of sugar. So yeah, variety does produce motivation, because the idea is when you go to eat your porridge, you're like, okay, how many times have you eaten your porridge? Because your porridge has probably gotten really good by now, you know, like constant, consistent. But then your porridge gets lame, it gets grindy, it gets old. And like, how do you spice it up? You can say, well, I still want sweet porridge, so maybe I will try honey next time. So that's the balance. If you want a source of motivation that is consistent, is to remind yourself when you become demotivated, it's time to encourage yourself to do selective variety to improve what you're doing to become more consistent. So more like refining your consistency. Yeah, iterating and refining. Yes. So one of the hallmarks is that you must refine and then iterate. And iterate means that there's an expansion. And then you go back to refine, iterate, right? So you're refining until you become demotivated. And it's not because refining leads to demotivation. The act of refining causes a byproduct. I call it like a side effect. When you're constantly refining the thing you're doing, it only is going to get as good as it's going to get, right? And then it gets boring. It's like, oh, I already know the best. There's nothing else to look forward to. I'm already eating good with the best, but why am I feeling like it's boring? Then you iterate. And iterate meaning involving expansion. So you can change something and it might not become the best, right? It might get worse. Like if you think you've already got the best sandwich in the world, it still can become boring because it's the same thing over and over again. But if you change something and you iterate it, it might not be the best at first, but it could be different. And it could be a different type of best. So you're not like changing your whole game or something. I think variety is a spice of motivation or spice of life. Often people get it confused with, oh, I'm just going to change everything. Like, how do I be alive again? Dump English and learn only Japanese. That's not personally what I'm saying. Because what you're doing then is you're throwing consistency away. Like, you did the opposite, in my opinion, of what you're trying to do. When you think of variety for the sake of variety's sake, that means like, oh yeah, I should uproot my life and just abandon what I used to do so I can go and chase after some big change to get myself. It will definitely provide motivation at first. It'll be exciting and stuff, but you have no consistency, right? You basically reverted all your consistency, which is what I talked about for it revolved around that for like an hour or two yesterday when I was summarizing Bunpro, where most people, when they go to iterate, they drop what they did before. So of course, naturally, you would expect a consistency loss. Like, I'm learning Japanese by not abandoning English. I'm using and refining my English and iterating with Japanese in order to make the transition. So this is me personally. I don't think it makes learning Japanese any faster, right? That's a asterisk. I can't determine if it makes learning Japanese faster, but I can assure you that 99% of the time it is going to be more consistent. Because consistency requires that you use something that is already consistent to iterate and expand on. So for me, one of the biggest points of demotivation and consistency is that when someone goes to learn something, they think that everything has to be new. So the most effective way to learn something for the youngins out there is that they abandon everything they've known in order to immerse in everything that they want. That can work as long as your motivation source is not coming from the immersion. Because you don't know what motivation is yet. Like, you don't know what your consistent motivation is coming from yet if you abandon everything else that you have done before. Everything you've done before is the consistent things. So, and that's a sink or swim approach, which does work. It works for some people, and then they'll encounter burnout. Most of them will encounter burnout. I would say 8 out of 10 kids who abandon all of their early disciplines and jump in and immerse themselves, 8 out of 10 of them are going to, or 1 out of 5 is going to burn out, because when they burn out, it'll give them an opportunity to slow down and figure out what is consistent about what they did. And then they're going to do it again, and if they still burn out, it has to become another lesson for how to build consistency. Because if you're going to abandon everything you've ever done, then you can't possibly stay consistent. Now, if you abandon everything, then that spice will bring motivation though, but it will sacrifice all your consistency. So the idea is to balance both. You're trying to take what you do consistently and introduce enough spice through iteration. And usually your idea is supposed to try to change it for the better. So every single day, I've said this before, I spend nearly 80%. I spend more than 80% of my time practicing, and 20% of my time learning. And I'm not talking about Japanese here. I'm talking about being consistent and motivation. I am more consistent than most, I would say, is because I practice being consistent. I practice learning how to, like, okay, today we could do something. Today is the first day of the second quarter, so I have lots of ideas that have been working. So I'm like even more motivated than I was yesterday. But the thing is, I'm typically more motivated as I continue longer, because most of the time, each day I have a new stacking motivation to do something. And that is the goal for becoming relentlessly consistent. I rarely ever stop. Like if I go on vacation right now, I'll still be thinking about Japanese and what I'm going to do about Japanese, or when I get back. I'm still brainstorming about recording. Actually, when I go to Otakon, which is going to happen this year, it happens every year. When I go to Otakon, I'm brainstorming ideas on what I'm going to come back. So when I like go to Otakon, I take photos, I think about things, and then when I come back, I would have prepared them to like share with everyone and talk about it with everyone. So everything, most of the things I do, I try to give it a reason to work, like, because that's where my motivation comes from. My motivation comes from my daily routines and activities. I think one of the 30-second thing, the reason why my 30-second hot take is focused on the process, is because whenever someone comes by and they say, how do you find the motivation? The first thing I think about is if they mention a goal, and then they mention consistency and motivation, which is what Meg does. Meg has triggered. Obviously, there are other examples, but this would mean that the person I might be speaking to, or the person asking a question, might not find their daily routines or what they do on a daily basis interesting at all. Like, not interesting at all, because they're focused on their goals. Like, each day you study Japanese, all you can think about is how many years it's going to take before you become fluent in Japanese. I barely think about that. My excitement is I get up, it's like, I wonder what word I'm going to learn today because it's lesson day. And then I need to pay attention to a lot of things to make the lesson better, because today is April 1st. Actually, I was thinking of April Fool's Day today, but I tried to like come up with some April Fool's joke, but I didn't really have the opportunity to use them. You have to look forward to each day in the bigger scheme. So yeah, both. The answer is both. You want to keep your goals in mind, and you want to be realistic. The goal is like one day in many years down the line. In the meantime, what are you going to do to motivate yourself and be consistent every single day before that day comes? And it's tough. I think it's genuinely and consistently tough for how the internet portrays things. The internet makes it seem like everything's an endpoint. So the only thing worth reporting, the only thing worth mentioning, the only thing worth focusing on is at the end. And that's what I mean by goal-oriented thinking. So the one video that you make is the last video. The edited, curated, super refined, high quality video, which you can do. How do those people make those high quality, super awesome like videos? Or how does a director spend 7 years making the best film they've ever made? Is largely because they are more enthusiastic about the day-to-day. They spend 99% engrossed in working on something every single day. It's fantastic to see what becomes of it after they publish it, but then their work is done. The work is out of their hands, right? So that's kind of what I typically talk about. Like, I don't care if you see every single video before the last video I recorded for Bunpro, because the last video I recorded yesterday, day 90, is the summation of all the things that I have done for 90 days in Bunpro. It was decided that was the goal. To use Bunpro for 90 days and see what I can gather. And then there were other goals in that review. However, during that, the time just keeps ticking up. Like, okay, it's day 5, day 6. I have more things to do in the regular day, you know, pay attention to and do in the regular day, that I barely even have time to think about, oh, 90 days. I wonder if I'm going to make it. That stuff tells me that I value that one day more than what's going on. And another, so we're getting into the 30-minute, right? The 30-minute edition. So 30-minute edition typically talks about patterns of people who ask that type of question, is that they probably try to rush through it. They count down the days. They worry about things that may or may not happen. And all of these things will pile up to destroying your motivation. Like, oh, what if I start this now? Well, in 90 days, will I get there? Like, maybe not. And then one day passes by and you haven't even started. And then, like, you start doing something. It's like, this isn't as good. If I keep doing this, it's going to get worse. With that, you wasted one day. Like, okay, let's start with this one. It's like, yeah, I kind of like this better, but it's still not gonna. Meanwhile, you only have 88 days left, and like, yeah, I think I can do better. Let's start over tomorrow and look for a better start. 87 days left, 86 days left. So it keeps going. That's so you don't focus on improving the process that you're going to start. You want to start perfectly to meet your goals. And that is the brain trap. I think that is the mental trap that I feel what the internet maybe subconsciously or consciously convince people to do. And I have interacted with people who literally know that's their problem, but that doesn't mean they don't continue to do it. Like, legitimately, they're like, I know, you know, I like, every time I tell them, you don't know that. You don't know that if you do this, you're not going to improve over time. And they're like, well, I do know. And I'm like, well, if you think you do know, then it's going to happen. Like you're gonna prove to yourself that you're supposed to do the thing to find out if it does happen. You don't know, and they're like, yeah, I get it. I can't predict the future, but I can't help but worry about this. I'm like, yeah, that's the vicious cycle. So motivation happens with hope and things to do. Demotivation happens when you keep counting down and keep worrying about not being able to make it, failures, how you don't look forward to something. Like a surefire way to become demotivated is you can test it. When you get up and you tell yourself, I have to do this because that will get me to the goal, then you're losing motivation every time you do it. That's one of the telltale signs. When you tell yourself that you have to convince yourself to do something to get closer to your goals, that is demotivating. If it's not demotivating enough to stop you from doing it, that's kind of good, right? That means that you have other sources of motivation, but the thing you're doing is not motivating you at all. For myself, I turn on the stream and I'm like, yes, I look forward to the stream. In fact, I constantly think that I'm going to run out of time trying to do more, not run out of time not getting to my goal. I actually, most of the time when someone says the goal I need to reach, I never need to reach my goal most of the time, because when I get to my goal, it's going to be bigger than the goal I originally set. Goals keep moving for me. So by the time at the end of 90 days, it will be bigger than what I originally planned at day 0. Because in no way can I predict how much I'm going to improve, what I'm going to encounter when I'm constantly trying my best. So goals are to give you direction. In my opinion, like for myself, a goal is to give me a direction. But that direction, I don't aim for that. Like, think about becoming fluent in Japanese. When you are at day 0 and your goal is fluent in Japanese, that seems like a really far way apart, right? Like really far apart. That might be 6-7 years from now. That's already difficult. I get that. And you're gonna keep thinking about that moment each and every day. Yeah, I'd probably quit after a month too, because that would be the only thing you value. You value nothing about the things you're doing along the way to get there. The ultimate goal is, if you don't make it to becoming fluent 5 years down the road, you've wasted all your time up there. I get up each day. If I quit right now, I have already done so much. If I decide I don't want to learn Japanese anymore, let's just move to Spanish. Most of the things that I focus on now will be applied to Spanish, right? Because I worked on motivation, I worked on consistency, things that all of this stuff is relevant if I'm going to learn another language. Like, so I build that. I build what is important, what you're going to do 90% of the time. Spending 90% of your time wasting your time, quote unquote, wasting your time thinking about something that may or may not happen, which is your goal, by the way, like becoming fluent in Japanese. When someone asks, like, what are your goals? Do you want to become fluent in Japanese? Do you want to visit Japan? It's like, well, I may or may not visit Japan, and I may or may not ever become fluent. It's irrelevant to, it's not my major source of motivation, because doing it makes me feel great. Working at something, making it better each and every day, regardless of how terrible I am in the beginning, is the most rewarding thing. It's the process for me that is most rewarding. I gain motivation and consistency from my process, not from that lofty goal at the end. So whenever someone tells me, like, oh man, you really suck at Japanese, like 2 years ago, it's like, you can still tell me that I suck at Japanese now to talk about Japanese because I keep using English, and I would not be fazed, because I can tell you what I learned. I can tell you what I did. I mean, I'm doing it right this very moment. I have no qualms with what I have achieved. What that other person is talking about is they're talking about an endpoint that is important to them, and good luck to them for achieving that. I'm satisfied whether or not I become fluent in Japanese. I've recorded, I've done many things that despite never becoming fluent in Japanese, if someone is so worried, it's like, oh man, if you keep using Duolingo, you'll just be Duolingo fluent. It's like, that's okay. I'll do something with that. I'll learn to take my lessons from becoming Duolingo fluent. Literally, someone has said this to me. The video comments are still there. So I'm glad that person was brave, like at least stood by their words, because they literally said that, oh yeah, you know, you don't learn a language in Duolingo, you become Duolingo fluent. That's not learning a language, because Duolingo fluency is not the same as, that's their term. That's the derogatory, in my opinion, the derogatory term to like show the snobbery of this person. And my thought is like, then I'll be Duolingo fluent. And then we'll convert that Duolingo fluency slowly and steadily with another tool or another challenge. It's like, what did you do to me? Are you trying to shake my confidence? I can't be shaken if I get reward from what I do each and every day. This very argument that we're having, we can argue for the next 5 years if you want. The question is, are you going to keep arguing with me because I'm motivated to present a better argument next time? And most people don't stay long enough to do that because, in my opinion, they aren't consistent or motivated to want to improve or become more cultured. And that's fine, right? Because they have time to go do the things that motivate them. If the thing that motivates them is to sit around and attack every Duolingo user, good luck. I mean, I'm not a police officer. I don't white knight for that. But that guy that did say those things, that person literally said, yes, I will do just that. I will go and tell people how corrupt this corporation is and how they're utilizing and targeting people who want to learn a language by milking them for all they want. It's like, good luck. I don't wish you ill will, but spending a life of confrontation and refining it, I guess that person will get very good at attacking other Duolingo users. I have no idea. It's not my responsibility, right? However, I can tell you that rarely with motivation and consistency is my resolve ever shaken. The greatest asset, though, when you're interacting with people who disagree with you, who challenges you, is you get stronger. You improve upon it. Yeah, imagine being mad 24/7. Yeah, it would drive me insane. I mean, you might be thinking like, well then, do you worry each and every day? I worry 24/7. I said that yesterday. I worry 24/7. And in order to balance my concerns 24/7, I do this. This is how I stop worrying. I do something and I hope to improve upon it. It doesn't stop the worrying though. Like, oh, like when someone brings up a worry, it's like, I get you. It's empathize. I empathize with that. But what I'm saying is, if you let it control you, then yeah, you're going to be sad and demotivated 24/7 of the time. That's actually reassuring because you always feel odd that you don't really have a firm fluency goal. You just like being able to talk and write even barely. Yeah. Right? And the thing is, if you're able to express that, you're firm, like not having a firm goal, but still really happy to do things. If you're able to express and communicate that, the people around you will likely be like that too. Which, it's not a coincidence that we're having this conversation right now. You like doing it, at least until you have to do math and counter. That's fair, right? It's a balance. What I'm saying is, it doesn't have to be all or none, right? It has to be a winning combination, a sufficient combination. So there are other ways to do this. For Meg's up to Meg question, there are other ways to achieve that. You can get motivation somewhere else. So for example, money is motivation too, right? So if you work, and work is not the source of motivation, so you don't like going to work. When you are working, that's the process. But if you get a lot of money, that's another source of motivation. And if the money, the source of that motivation, is greater than the thing that you're not getting motivation, then you can spend the motivation from the money to keep on working. I didn't talk about that because the person was asking, how do I find the motivation and consistency? It's not money. Otherwise, like, subscribe and share, and oh, don't forget to hit the donation button. No, I'm kidding. But that's what I mean. Like, other people have other motivations that offset the task that they have to do. So you can do that too, and that's worth brainstorming. When someone says, well, it can't be helped, I hate studying. All right, so now we build something else. If you say you hate studying, but you have to do it to reach the goal that you want, now it's time to improve everything else around your life. Where's the other thing that you're going to do, right? Sometimes you might only be studying for 30 minutes. So what are you doing the other 4 hours? Can you improve something there? So in a way, it's still using the same process-oriented thinking. If your sleep sucks, and you improve that, because you're gonna have to sleep for like 6 to 8 hours, right? So that's a lot of time. Go and improve your sleep schedule. If you can improve your sleep schedule, you can spend that improvement in your sleep schedule on your studies. So you don't have to do it this way. But for me, I love doing it this way. This is my skill. I don't worry about how good I'm gonna become. I worry about how good I can do something. It's interesting because a lot of times people combine those two. They combine how good they are at the moment with how good they do something. A performance is not necessarily attached to the maintenance of things. So like, a person can win a championship but still suck at maintaining their training, right? Because you can be good at any one day still. You can prep everything for one day. And it's really important that for the internet to understand that's how the internet operates. You're always building for the one day, the one shot, right? And that's a winning solution for the internet. When someone talks about, and then, you know, the dawn of the internet came something else, mental health, right? Mental health, personal relationships, longevity, burnout, all those become more frequent now because the internet doesn't emphasize the other thing, which is what happens to the other 80 to 90%. Athletes don't stay athletes for the rest of their life, right? In fact, let's take Olympians. Olympians work at the sacrifice of everything for those moments, but they still have the rest of their life too. And that's when they can recover from that. When you're thinking about consistency, that's where that consistency comes from. So you don't see those things. You see people who like go hardcore for like 6 months before their like bodybuilding competition, right? But then fill in the gaps of all the other things that they're going to do, because that will be the rest of their life. So when you're young, it's very appropriate. You can find motivation elsewhere to fuel your like hustle in the current time. I'm too old for that. Like, what I mean is, no one is telling me like, hey, you should be, here's a challenge. I'll give you $10 million to become fluent in Japanese. It tried to become fluent in Japanese in 2 years. Like, huh, that sounds like a fun challenge that I might take up. And I said might because honestly, I wouldn't even do it for 10 million. I simply would do it because I can. Or I would do it because whether fail or success, it would still be kind of fun to see if it's possible. But I'm not incentivized to do that. My motivation doesn't come from demonstrating to people how awesome I am. It comes from doing things I want to do progressively. Having something to take your mind off worries helps you too. Yeah, yep. That's, I think for the most part, that is one of the most reliable common behaviors online. Or like, I'm not saying you specifically, but the way to get motivation and consistency, most people divorce it from their work. So like studying and learning is considered work most of the time. When you get older, when you want to learn something, it becomes less like work. Like you're not telling yourself it's work. So then it's the consistency game. So as people get older, it often sounds like older people or more experienced people have have less problems committing to things. And that comes with experience, because ultimately the thing that they're doing ends up being the source of motivation, and not because they have a lofty goal or some goal that they're trying to rush to get to. When you're younger, it makes sense. So this is a grain of salt. My perspective is coming from the idea that I'm going to be doing this for the rest of my life. When someone says, all right, I'm gonna cram and learn all these things in Japanese for a year, they think that after the year, they're never going to have to do that again. And if they do think that, they're never going to become consistent with it. Because you don't need to be you don't have to plan to be consistent if you think that once you pass the N5 exam, you never have to go over N5. You just have to grunt through it. So one way to do that is keep yourself motivated some other place, because you're going to hate the process, right? Like 90% chance you're going to hate the process, because all you're thinking about is the process is the ends, you know, is a means to an end. So there's nothing useful in between. So you have to get yourself pepped, like get good sleep, eat good food, make sure yourself is healthy, go party hard, right? Party hard and safely, and leave enough time for you to feel miserable studying each day so that you can get what you want. So that is a young person's game, in my opinion, and it works. That's the internet way, it's the internet hustle. You power through, you commit yourself and say, I'm going to move to Japan for 2 years. No holds bar, do it hard, and you will learn Japanese. But that also means that you're only planning for that period, and you hope that period never occurs ever again. So what they learn is how to hustle, and you get good at the hustle. When someone asks me, how are you so consistent? I don't practice the hustle. So like I sacrifice my time. Like it's a pros and cons game. It's a compromise. While I'm working on my consistency, I'm not that great with the hustle. When someone says, oh yeah, can you speed run Spanish? I'm like, absolutely not. I could try, but it's gonna be hecka slow, man. It's gonna be slower than most people who think they can speedrun Spanish. I'm not looking for the fastest way to do something. I'm looking for the most consistent way to do something. So if someone asks me, oh, how long are you gonna, like if I ask you for help, how long do you think it'll take you to help me get good grades at university? I would be able to tell you that by by collecting information from you, because I worked on consistency. I didn't work on hustle. If you ask a hustler, hey, I want to get A's on my standardized tests in a year. It's like, okay, I'll give you a 1-year program. Here's your 1-year program. Follow these steps and you'll get it. That's the hustle. And if you fail to do that, it's like, oh, you didn't hustle enough, man. You didn't follow my instructions. You had to commit all the way. And then what does that leave me? that person who fails, everyone who fails the hustle, the first question they'll ask me is, how do you do this without hustling? Like, and that would be the question. They would be asking me, how do you stay consistent? It's like, well, the first thing is to realize that it's not a hustle. You've heard this time and time again in language learning journeys. You can tell who the hustler is, and you can tell who the journey, the traveler, the journey goer is. And I'm the journey goer. I legitimately stand by those things. And you'll hear multiple things, but the most consistent people that do these the longest is, of course, the journeymen, the journey people, because they're going to be in it for the longest time, or like long, not relative to progress, but long as in they are expected to consistently enjoy the things. The people who are hustling are not expecting to do that. They are, 1 year, I'm going to get my N5 done. Year 2, I'm going to get my N4 done, and then never think about it again. In fact, I've been talking to someone who behaves like that, and they're very successful. They talk in a way like, oh, I'm going to pass this exam, and then I'm never going to have to do it again. I'm going to skip this because I'm never going to have to do it again, right? Because I already did it. And that's good because they put all their efforts into grinding hard and doing it all at once. And it's the trade-off. Now, some people would ask then, but who would get ahead in the end? You know what I mean? Like, oftentimes, like, but to what end? Like, by the time you're 60 years old, who is more likely going to be more happier? This is coming from someone who's goal-oriented. Like, the hustler person, the goal-oriented person, would ask this question and posit it to me most of the time, because I don't have that oriented thinking anymore. When I was younger, I did. Again, people can change too. When I was younger, I behaved the same way. I count down the days. Like, there's 4 years in high school. What can I get done in 4 years? And once high school is gone, I can forget about it and we move on to college, right? Those are the things. But when you get older, your perspective kind of change. But some people might still stay in that lane when they're older, like around my age. So I get asked this question where someone is like, so don't you, what do you think? Do you think being consistent most of your life will get you further than bouncing hardcore over and over again and get further? And my answer, typically from like a kind of a rational way, is it's probably statistically negligent. That's kind of the great thing about the human perspective. If you clone yourself, right? If you clone yourself or have a parallel universe, and you're asking, like, if you compared the deviation, like if you wanted to live your life consistently as opposed to being a hustler for the rest of your life. By the way, I'm not using hustler in like the deceptive way. I'm talking about someone who hustles along, like someone who's like really fast. I don't like using the word speed running, because speed running would suggest that you're successful, which speedrunners are not always successful. So someone who is encouraged to keep on moving very fast, right? Someone who stays young in that nature. And my argument, and you can't, it's difficult to prove this because you would need like the same person to do two different things, right? There are often far too many variables. If I were to be conservative though, I think both of the people will get to relatively the same place, because you can be consistent at hustling. And how do you get consistent at hustling? I talked about that yesterday, where like you can go hard 1 year, take a break for 3 months, go hard again for 1 year, take a break for 3 months, go hard again. So, you know, you get the whole rabbit and hare comment, right? I understand that other people would say, well, the idiom is that if you're slow and steady wins the race situation. It's like, I disagree. It's both. You can find instances where the fast and quick wins the race because it achieves a goal in the interim faster. Because remember, in life, when you have slow and steady, you know, someone who's slow and steady would be like this. They would have a fixed rate. But someone who goes hard could be like this. But overall, by the time you get to a point, there's a chance it's going to be negligible. Like both of the individuals will reach a specific time. This is really exaggerated. It's just that the rate changes abruptly, right? And here's the thing. Someone might argue, oh, the turtle will win because the hare would encounter more roadblocks. Every time they have to start again and stop, these are all roadblocks. Well, hear me out. When the turtle is slow and steady, what if the opportunity was right here? What if the opportunity thresholds were here? That means the turtle will consistently miss these opportunities while the hare hits these opportunities. So, a lot more complicated than that. Idioms are great when they like fit your type of perspective, but life is, they have lots of gates, right? And then this is specifically talking about one thing. The turtle and the hare thing is about one goal. The goal was to get to this position, but the question is, what kind of goal are you thinking of? I assure you that I rarely feel like I ever get to my goal. Like what I mean is, that goal that people are talking about, this goal, as I approach, you know, let's draw this, like as I approach this goal, like this is the finish line, this is my starting position right now. As I get to the goal, wherever I'm meandering, the goal keeps moving. So eventually this goal is an average goal. It's my existing goal because I will be in this position and it will be close to it. So that means I will have new, longer goals as I'm going. So that original goal is always going to be somewhere further down the road. However, when I get to this goal, it's like, oh yeah, I remember when my goal was to pass the N5, but now my goal is to pass the N4. It's like, that's neat. I got past the N5, that's great. But my eyes are already set in the next direction while I'm passing all the goalposts. So you stay consistent. The way you do is you keep trucking along, because eventually you'll get to the goal, but that's not going to be the end of the journey. The journey goes by it, and sometimes, like the craziest part is life is really weird, right? Life is really weird. So you might have a goal here, right? And you're starting to go towards it. And then someone comes along. This is where the hare example. When an opportunity strikes, so an opportunity gets hit, then you like stray and then you end up going to a different goal entirely. That's the hare advantage. If you're constantly hustling to get to a goal, then you can end up going into a different direction. That may be greater, that may be better than where you were originally heading. So it can happen to the turtle as well, but it is less likely to happen to the turtle. And what the turtle does is they keep moving their goalposts away, because they will be consistent enough to get to the goal. But their goal is consistently also getting further and further. Like you're maintaining the distance. A hare will look like, all right, you know, this is the hare. It's like, here's my goal. Like, bam, right? And then they decide on a new goal. Bam. Bam, right? But that also means that they are susceptible to, okay, so what happens when you hit a goal and you stop? Then that's tragic. So it would take a very long time to find a different goal. So that slowdown right there is what will be the equalizer. And that's what I mean by, if you think about it, there's a very high chance that both the hare and the turtle will reach, if they are a different version of themselves. So they're like the person as a hare, the person as a turtle, it's probably relatively negligible by the time you get to the end, as long as you're moving towards your goal, right? What is a guarantee way to... There's a third scenario with... whoops, I keep drawing a graph. There's a third scenario between the turtle, the hare, and the quitter. So it doesn't matter what animal you choose. If that animal chooses to stop, then it doesn't matter which way you're going, you're going to fail. That's the quitter, right? So whenever someone's asking, how do you be consistent? I think, to be now going full back around, both the hare and the turtle do require some sort of consistency. And the question is, where is it coming from? So that means often is, where's your source of motivation, right? And then how much control can you have over that motivation? Someone who is a turtle, their motivation comes from something largely what they can control. A lot of times they have more control over it, but that doesn't mean the hare can't succeed either. The hare can also succeed because they understand where their motivation comes from, and their motivation comes from windfalls a lot of times, or seizing opportunities. So what do? They get consistent at seizing opportunities. So to give you an example, I could use Bunpro likely for many years. 4 years, that's a turtle game, right? However, the hare could use Bunpro for 6 months. Then they're gonna move on to Satori Reader for 6 months. Then they basically extracted everything from Satori Reader. Now they're gonna go and watch their favorite podcast. You know, throw in another 6 months. Then they're gonna go and translate their favorite novel in Japanese, right? There goes another 1 year, right? Meanwhile, what the turtle does is they're gonna use Bunpro for 4 years, Satori Reader for 3 overlapping years, the podcasts for another 4 overlapping years. The idea is the turtle is gonna stack. The turtle slowly stack everything on its shell and go along. Like, they do all of them consistently and stack on top of each other as they're building. So the turtle gets stronger at carrying more things because they're moving slower. It's safer to carry more things and work on more things when you're moving slowly. It is not safer for the hare to do many things at once and be consistent with the many things at once while moving fast, because if you trip, that's gonna suck. So that's kind of my expansion of the turtle and the hare situation, right? You still will get all the things if you learn how to do it. And that was the biggest so the TLDR, right, is how do you achieve goals that you need to reach? And then in the context of motivation, one must know where it's coming from and how to get more. And it has to be more, and for consistency to exist, it has to be more than you're spending. Motivation is a currency that you must replenish and keep stockpiled. For the hare, for the turtle, it has to be greater than the rate you're consuming. So for the turtle, it's a rate. For the hare is usually a stockpile situation, like a payment, pay and earn situation. So your sources of motivation has to be paid by other things as much as possible, so you can go hard when you need to spend that motivation. So these are like two types of students that and everywhere in between. Now, if you look at the spectrum, the hare and the turtle are on opposite ends of the spectrum for students when it comes to learning. And these are theoretical, these are archetypes. I already done this right up before, like archetypes. And humans are anywhere in between. You are a balance of a hare and a turtle style, to generalize a bit. And the idea is, if you're more turtle, you have to find something in the process. Any of your process, but it generally is the task that you're involved in. If you're a hare, you're looking for other sources that will pay for it, and they have to get better at it. And you know what's funny about that? The other sources, they are turtles of the other sources. What's turtle's hare situation? The goals. The tools they use are the hare situation for turtles. So what is Bunpro? It's a hustle. Bunpro, Wanikani, Duolingo, all of them is a hustle. Because the turtle is all of them. All of your tools will be with you as a turtle. That's why the journey matters. The hare, you're going to look for the thing you like, which is the turtle thing. Basically, if you like video games, keep playing video games. Because you will naturally use video games as a source to pay for your hustles. Because once you finish a hustle, you're never returning back to it. So when you finish Bunpro, you're never coming back to Bunpro. When you finish Wanikani, you're never coming back to Wanikani. So who's going to pay for the motivation it took to graduate, to finish Wanikani and stuff? The thing you have as a turtle, which is video games, doom scrolling, watching cat videos. You're gonna need those. So in no way is any one person ever purely a hare and a turtle. It's a balance of those two. So long story short, you have to know, in order to achieve your goal, where your source of your motivation is coming from, right? And if your source of motivation is more than you're spending, then that is how you create consistency. Now, that's a really general, TLDRs are very general. There are a lot of things that you can do that you can create this, dichotomy. And there's habit formation. You can look into habit formation. I don't know, dopamine response. There are quite a lot of like technical jargon that other people focus on, like the idea of optimizing for habits, which I do talk about. I don't really talk about dopamine response, like short-term burst dopamine response and like trying to wean off instant gratification. I usually talk about delayed gratification. I don't typically focus on instant gratification, which is why I say that I'm more of a turtle than I am a hare when it comes to these things. So finding someone and asking someone that kind of resembles what you're looking for. So when you know where your motivation is coming from, then you can find it. You can go and find characteristics of people that will give you your answer. For now, I usually interact with people who are online, and I usually interact with people who are in their teens, like 16 to 18 years old, or on the transition to college, and most of them are hares. Because when I was like, it's not that it's always true. When I was a teenager, I was a hare too. Mostly, literally by the time when I entered college, I already calculated how long it takes me to graduate. Like, all right, all these things have to happen. This thing has to happen on year 1, year 2. I got to get a 4.0 on everything. Do just enough to get all the 4.0s and then move on to the next thing, and then move on to the next thing. I'm even planning for things to happen and assume they're going to happen in order to keep on planning for the next hustle. For you, Beth, when you were talking about it's so reassuring that you might feel odd that you don't really have a firm fluency goal, that works when you're a consistent person, because having an incredibly firm goal also limits your potential when you're being consistent. Oftentimes, and this is one of the dualities that I think is really demotivating. When you're treating something like a hustle, I'm using hare and turtle because it's kind of cuter and I don't want to use like negative words. So when you're acting like a hare right now and you're focused on a goal, that's good. That's good. But when you're a hare and you're asking someone for a solution that requires that you'll be a turtle, then this is gonna suck. So when people ask me for recommendations and advice, I have to determine what is their current mindset. And it's never going to be the same throughout their life and with the thing that they're talking about. So they could be very hustly when they are talking about studying like a language, but they could be very turtley when they're talking about video games. So recommendations, advice has to come with their mindset. When you, I feel like this is what happens with 18-year-olds to 21-year-olds online. They think they want to hustle. They want to go fast and get results. And then they look to an answer. They find people who are turtles because turtles are consistent. And turtles are quote unquote the current successful people. And what I mean by the current successful people, we're talking about someone who spends like 30 hours making one video that only lasts like 3 minutes. Those are largely turtles. Turtles are the end game. Like, and what I mean by that is the older you get, the more likely you are talking about the journey. Time dilates for humans. The older you get, the longer time seems. So oftentimes whenever people think about successful people, they're looking at older people who have lots and lots of consistent experience. So these kids, in my opinion, typically look for solutions that are kind of detached from what their mindset is right now. And in order, and if you're wondering, so then how can you get an expert to be useful to you? You have to find an expert that does hustles. And the downside of that is you can only get so much empathy from a human that no longer experience certain things. Like, and I say this a lot, a grain of salt, right? I tell you what I do, I tell you what I observe, and it is, you have to encourage the person, now tell me what you think is important from what I just said. What is important to you? Because eventually you have to develop that. Otherwise, you don't know if you're going down a trip where it's literally going to suck and no one can help you with it because it's that you suck. And I'm not saying that as a get good situation. I'm saying this is inappropriate. You have a mindset that clashes with the person you're like asking questions or looking for inspiration. Hear me out. There's always, I'm not saying it never works. There's always the chance that the hare becomes a turtle from following someone. Right? Eventually it's going to happen, or like in certain ways, you're going to go back and forth. You're going to become influenced. So I'm not saying it's because it sucks, that doesn't mean it's going to fail. That's not what I'm saying. You can succeed and fail regardless of how appropriate or inappropriate things are grouped together, right? And the justification for this is, in fact, motivation is one of them, right? If someone tells you you can never run a marathon, and they just say you can never run a marathon, right? That's so general that the person's like, well, you didn't tell me how I can run the marathon. I mean, I could spend 3 years running a distance until it equals a marathon. That's what I mean by mindset, right? So it is possible regardless. How much it sucks is definitely in the mindset. I don't know, this analogy is pretty good, but I really like that whatever you said, Beth, kind of triggered it. I haven't used this analogy before, but it actually kind of is cute. The hare and the turtle are buds, okay? I'm just saying. They just disagree on how they get to the place, you know? If you're a cat, then you can be a cat too if you want. I don't know how to describe a cat's situation, but if you see yourself as a cat, that's fine too. If you're a doggo, that's fine too. Know that you know, what would a cat look like? I feel like a cat would be like something like this, and a doggo would be like the hare would just be it. And then of course the turtle would be, yeah, you know, not really going too far out the beaten path. Where I'm obviously projecting of the typical, and then they're all going to reach their, you know, house party, however way they get there, they're gonna reach the house. That's the, as what I'm saying is the consistent, the way you know it's working is that you're going to get to the house is because you have sufficient motivation, then you spend. So no matter what you do, no matter what technique you're going to, it's going to feel like you've reached the house. And yeah, definitely. It's an excellent question. I actually answer the motivation and consistency question the most. It is the most frequently asked question. For sure. All right. That's a really great way to end the Bunpro session today, because that's usually the most auspicious time to end with my final remark. Right. That's a wrap for Bunpro today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Right. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up Bunpro for yourself, give it a go. You're always welcome to come on by, yap, ask questions, exchange ideas, argue, debate, keep each other motivated, right? So until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around, take a quick bathroom break, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第444天 444. It is day 444. Alright. We're still working on this, and this is like the end of the first week. Yeah, those reviews are piling up, but they're largely piling up due to vocabulary. We're kind of like compressing the vocabulary for the time being and focusing on our like character studies, trying to come up with a reasonable way to scale the deluge of characters. And with the deluge of characters, my brain is on overdrive on collecting lots and lots of character studies in the meantime as well. So let's go over the ones from yesterday. We had Xiang is on this Xiang. And my hands. I have a paper cut from yesterday. That is very, it's like healed pretty okay now. But it does make, oh no. It does make writing a little bit questionable. It's like right on my middle finger where the pen rests. So Xiang for Ali, and that was lined up with Gang. We there's also Shen, which was lined up with Shen for Express. This is Gentry. There's Ray using Dui as the companion. Who line up with the other Who for shouts. This is O or Who. Uh-oh. I'm not sure how the harmonica thing. I feel like it's something like this. That doesn't seem right. I think there might be a curve to it. Or it could be... There's something wrong with the strokes. Oh. It's not in between. I see. I'm adding drops to it unnecessarily. Oh, but that's actually not this. And why do I want a harmonica? Oh, right. Ch8.1 is the roughest one. Which is slant. We did not have a pairing for Ch8. It's very unique. And then another rough one, Sheng. There's no pair for this one either at the moment. For Buddhist monk, we rewrote both of these mnemonics, and a little bit related to it though is Sa. Rewrote this too. The giant, yeah. You know, I didn't think of it as giant until just now when I was writing it. Yeah, Sa for Buddha. And I guess you could kind of link it with a pool, Pusa. But these are tough. We try to rewrite the mnemonics. This incorporated child or product child. Alright. Let's get into our lessons. We're probably gonna still only do the characters for now. We got something to do in the evening today, and I'm still kind of like recovering from yesterday's. Extra thing, so get caught up on some rest.
淫秽
淫秽 Ying is lewd, and hui. Dirty, lewd and dirty, obscene. I see.
淫秽溺死
Ni si. Ni drown, and si death, drown to death.
溺死
I think that's all the
绿草如茵
Oh, there's more vocabulary. 绿草如茵 绿 green 草 grass like 如茵 lush, so or mattress, lush green grass.
绿草如茵
Like a green mattress of grass, you know, lush green grass.
溺爱
Ni ai, drown in love, to spoil. I like this one. Ni ai is fantastic. That's such a good one.
溺愛
I think I have a phrase for to dot on something, which shares a very similar idea.
妖
Alright, now back to all our characters again. Yao, oh no. That is a shoot. Okay. Die young. Yoshi's in front of the barn and finds a suspicious looking chute attached to the side of the building. He goes over to it and stands at the opening. At the same moment, the barn owner dumps all his deadly weapons and blades through, which falls in. Oh, come on. Alright. Yoshi is in front of the barn, where he is trying to help the farmer with bearing Farmer Mario with bearing all the unfortunate barn animals that die young. He hopes he doesn't die young while helping Mario use a chute to place the dead animals into the graves. Something like that. Yeah, fair enough.
妖
Okay.
淫秽 绿草如茵 妖 溺爱 溺死
Alright.
恶
Ugh. That does look like ugh. Next to what? distress, or like kind of misfortune distress, and then that's probably the most. Yeah, distress. Ugh. Okay. What do we got now? We got clutch. There is a additional finger. I think we're gonna add distress here. So Master Cheeks, right? Master Cheeks is in the bathroom of the electricity plant, responding to an urgent distress call from electrical discharge from the loose wires in the bathroom. He was able to come in clutch by clutching and lifting the wires and carrying the employees to safety on his guard watch. Okay, clutch, let's go.
香
Xiang Hunan. Oh no, it's one of those where the name isn't the same as the pinging. It's a region, like Xiang is still Xiang, but the province, like there's historical areas and they're either named after like the kind of like the heritage, like the type of people or the name of the ruler, versus like the name of the place and whatnot. It's kind of like Fujian and Ning. Shan and Hunan, or like Wu and Yu. Funan. Yeesh. Wait, does that look like Xiang? It does. It does. So we can just stick to Xiang. Xena's in front of the chapel where she is helping take care of the trees. Okay. As a favor to the priest, they are all covered with eyes because they have turned evil. Oh, yay. Alright. Xena's in front of the chapel. He is currently stationed in Hunan or Xiang, I suppose, where she is hired to keep an eye on the chapel's safety during her guard duty. She also finds some time to take care of the courtyards, plants and tree plants by spraying them with nutrients and water, while also serving with a nice place to rest. Okay, all right. Xiang it is. With some spray. Xiang Xiu. Oh, okay. Sure. I imagine we can add any of those regional names or regional characters and
香
add Xiu or embroidery or even brocade thing.
low
Oh, low. Oh my goodness, that's another exclamatory. It does look like low though. For the Empress. So that's okay. So what do we have now? We have I, I, ya. What was our most recent one? She, la. And there's lo. Legolas is okay, it's on the roof of the bakery where he is slacking off from work. That's unlike him. And Legolas is on the roof of the bakery where he is trying his best to satisfy the demands by word from the Empress, and she exclaims various orders and requests. Pastry, say like pastry requests to be transported. Okay. Legos. We're just gonna call them Legos from now on. Alright. Okay.
漏剑
Jian. Does look like Jian. Mountain stream. Where is the mountain coming from? Jimmy Neutron's in the bathroom of the pawn shop where he finds a strange pair of saloon doors in the corner separating the bathroom from the outside. From underneath, sprayed some water. Jimmy goes over to the saloon door and looks through to find the source of the spray. Sure enough, there's a mountain spring that goes from the top of the mountain and runs into the pawn shop bathroom. Jimmy, concerned about the water there, takes out a miniature sun that had invented and put it into the evaporate. Okay. Gotta calm down about that. Let's say Jimmy is in the bathroom. Oh, the pawn shop. Being hired to make the bathroom more welcoming for patrons to help out the shop. He thought it would be a great idea to divert, to invent a device that diverts the nearby mountain streams into a nearby saloon, next to the saloon doors of the back exit bathroom. To facing the sun as improving the ambiance. He ultimately ended up getting water sprayed everywhere in the bathroom. Okay, mountain spring it is.
剑
Yeah. Okay.
玉
Yeah. Puddle. Yeah. That does look like yeah. For off the trombone. Oh no, it's you off the I was thinking of Eve's. I guess Yi is in. Oh, in is kind of tough. For flowers. Yugi is in the bathroom of the house where he's growing taro. He has okay, I got it. But this might end up sounding kind of like Link, so gotta be careful. So Yugi is in the house, in the bathroom of the house, where he is growing some ancient flowers he recovered from the tombs of from ancient tombs from his last journey, last adventure. It ended up growing into old and end up flowering into some bottle from a bygone era. Some of these are getting a little dumb.
玉
Okay.
玉 漏 香
That one's rough. Most of the
剑
proper nouns are pretty rough. Alright. Next one.
娟
Jin. Beautiful. Does this look like Jin? Not really. Why do I feel like the mouth and moon is something that may be helpful here? What am I thinking of? No. Shin is shellfish. Using mouth is a terrifying idea. Let's go and do moon. Is moon any less terrifying? It's not really any less terrifying. Hang on. Let's quickly scan. Scan quickly. Scanning in progress. Yeah, I don't think so. I think most of them are shellfish. Oh, no. It is. There it is. It is donate. Okay. So it's our second Jin. Interesting. Only this time it's beautiful. You know what this reminds me of? The relationship with Ji. Oh, it's Ji. It's definitely this. Oh, it's the special thing. This thing. I think the stroke order is probably this or something like that. G, which is also beauty. Julius Caesar is in front of the pawn shop where he's come across a beautiful woman. She sits on the pawn shop grass eating a mooncake, we'll just say, with a small bite from her mouth. Under the moonlight, that's fair enough. Julius comes up and asks her to be his empress because she is so beautiful. Again, moon and... Okay. I think we're okay with it. Pretty good.
娟
I think.
举
G, that does kind of look like... Which G am I thinking of? It's not tangerine, is it? It's bow. Dang it. Bow. Where's that Tangerine at? It probably doesn't even have rice in it. Tangerine is a really complicated character. Oh, Bal. Alright. Alright. Yeah. I can help reinforce. And then there's fingers for hand holding. Sure. Julius Caesar is inside the... Wait. What was Bal? Leather? It was leather. Julius Caesar is inside the living room of the house where a bunch of fingers holding a container of rice comes up to him, offering tribute. Yeah, Julius gets up from the couch and holds with both hands the massive container of rice as he moves into the kitchen.
G.
I can think of the vocabulary words that they're gonna use. Like, maybe this is like G bao. Embrace, possibly. Something like that.
E.
Any form of like embracing or hugging. Next, E. We do have feathers that deal with E, but I'm not sure about guard. Guard is nondescript. Feathers is pretty rare. Like that, not the rarest, but it's fairly rare. It's like below average. And the E I'm thinking of is wing. Coincides with feather. There is quite a lot of feathers. Do we have any giants? Doesn't quite look like it. Right? Can't use wings though. Feathers is more or less. Yoshi is in the bathroom of the house where he stands guard over a bunch of feathers. Bathroom house, okay. Our paladin bathtub. A bunch of people have lined up outside to each get a feather. Yoshi gives one to each before calling next, so the next person comes and get a feathers from and gets a feather from him. The guard. Yeah, the feather that gives flying powers, maybe, to make it more of a Mario thing.
E.
Oh, next is kinda rough. Kinda rough.
Wu.
Maybe next adventure as well. Ooh, that does look like a woo. Weed overgrowth. Cauldron and flowers. Walter is inside the living room of the house where it's covered with weed overgrowth. Every square inch of it is full of flowering weeds. Walter heats up a cauldron on top of it and begins to cut all the growing in the cauldron and reduce it down. That's kind of not as great. I think Walter is inside the house where he is setting up a cauldron for his new setting up some surplus cauldrons for his new product that he was able to cultivate with weed overgrowth from improving the flowering, something like that. It writes itself. I'm surprised. I'm kind of disappointed that it didn't go that way.
Wu. Ha.
Ah, a couch. Back to feathers, but this is probably the first time Tarzan is associated. Oh no, collapse. Ah, Ta is bad. Okay, all right, that's good. Collapse. Collapse requires soil, right? It's not bad to link it with possibly. Tarzan's in the bathroom of the auditorium where there is a small restaurant. He lounges on a couch that's next to the tree. Hanging above him is a miniature sun. Okay. Hmm. Thinking of that like as opposed to thinking of it as a sun as opposed to what, two hooded figures. Tarzan is in the bathroom of the auditorium where he finally tracked the two hooded kids that threw soil and caused all the statue, all the decor, or tried to collapse the decor outside. That's a reference to the other Ta. Found the kids in the bathroom chilling on the couch, able to identify them by the other and that was on them from the sun, highlighting from the bathroom. And we'll just say it's a wooden couch, sure. Or the couch by the tree. It's all the same.
踏捐举
Okay.
踏 五
Or weed. Yeah, I typed it in reverse.
一
Oh man.
篓
Does look like a low. Legolas is in the basement of the bakery now, not on the roof. Making an elvish cake, of course. The Empress stands next to him, eagerly awaiting for the cake to be finished. When it is, Legolas put it in an elvish basket made of bamboo and holds it over the Empress. Hands it over to the Empress. The Empress takes a bite and clearly delighted. It's her favorite cake flavored bamboo. Okay, sure. That
篓
works.
忧
Yo. This kind of reminds me of Yo. Oh no, this does remind me of Yo. What is it? What is different about this? The other Yo is to like draw out, to drawn out. Maybe it's a finger, or was it a rake? It's another Yo. It uses all those components and then +1. Good. Water. Where are we? Oh, it's a heart. Okay. That witch, that's going to stink. If she's in front of the bakery on the ground, is a rod that witch Slenderman used to hit the foreman. She uses his long tongue to grab the rod that which did hit the foreman, securing it before the foreman could grab the rod and return the favor to Slenderman. She tries to get them to both forget about that which occurred, offers them each a croissant instead. Okay. This is gonna be tough. Go with it.
幽默
More Jasmine. Oh, this probably is an example that links up with More Lee or Lee More. More Lee. Okay. Alright. And now we're using dead trees. That does look like a more though. This bottom dead tree is more. Mario is in the bathroom of the office building where he's growing jasmine instead of working. Jasmine flowers grew out of the trunk of a dead tree that is in the middle of the office bathroom. Mario sits there inhaling the jasmine as the office worker is going to and from the... Okay. Not rated. So Mario is in the bathroom of the building where he is on another plumbing gig. This time it is a dead tree. Once again, another dead tree responsible for damaging plumbing. To his surprise, the dead tree, and able to flower and turned out to be a jasmine tree, I guess. More. Alright.
墨蝶
Yeah. Does look like deer. Chatter now with mouth, complete with mouth. Diddy Kong is inside the electric plant where trees grow next to the fire generator and leaves cover the ground. Okay, each of them has a mouth. They keep on chatting. Okay. All right. Kong is inside the electricity plant where he is chilling by the tree. Trees on a bed of leaves while other workers are chatting, and where he is trying to chill. Here on a bed of leaves, keeping his mouth shut while the other workers are constantly chatting. Word of mouth. And how to burn the trees and leaves for power. Going city. Sure. Something like that. Okay. Yeah, it works.
蝶尺
True. That does look like a true. English foot. Yeah. Now I see where they're coming from. So they're using a box to differentiate. That's interesting. Because without it is inch. Oh no, ruler. Dang it. Wait, but isn't this another measure of... Oh, it's meter. Okay. English foot. Charlie Brown is in the basement of the house where he is playing a weird game. He sits on the slide and launches... okay. Alright, Charlie is in the basement of the house where he is basically alone with no one to talk to, exchange word of mouth. So he quietly keeps his mouth shut while sliding down slide that is one English foot. Running around. Oh no, twirling throwing a flag that happens to be 1 inch foot long.
始
Form a measure. All right.
搂叠优末始
All right. Okay. Let's see how many characters here. The terror. All right, some freebies. Nice. Wait, is this a freebie though? Okay. Oh no. Oh wait. Fine.
您
Ah! Yo, what? Heck? Oh, it's not here, right? It's not. I was gonna link it with you. Dang it. Heck. Nope. Dick and shellfish. The wall. No, it's young. Fine. I lost the 50-50. And then card and email. Yeah. Oh, concubine. Yeah. Nope. Anticipated that this wasn't gonna work, and it didn't work. Go and try to turn that concubine into something else. This is from yesterday.
谢唐不兴念折
Heck. Oh, it's not clever. Huh.
Fu. 停。杀。
Oh no.
送。
What? Oh. Fine.
了。
Not again. Wait. Oh, I missed the N.
真。央。 电。
What?
令。
Hmm. Got the other one's palace. And this one is... So you get like the palace and tenement. Recover from the palace. Let's say
早。 愁。
it's kind of like that, or reward, yeah.
耕。
Heck. It's probably tall. Okay. Which is exercise, right? Alright, fine.
操。
What the caterpillar? The heck? Hold? What if I do like... Okay. I do.
炸。 燕。
Oh no, not again. What are the two things? Oh.
折。
Oh no. Wise.
稳。 万。 匪。
Caterpillar and feel. Is it? Oh, it's not It's not hui or who, it's chu. I think we're gonna need some work on. Vocabulary is pretty reliable there.
早 是 砖 透
Penetrate. They're related. Yo, what? Okay.
想
How?
Zhou 任 愁
Ah, that's fabric.
哼
Okay.
脚触浅烫
Yo, what?
消
Deep and clear and deep? Something like that? Or, no, wait, this might actually be, yeah, deep and clear. Oh my goodness. Fine. I want to say true. No?
豆
What's happening?
磨
Mushroom? Okay. Huh. Okay.
八
Not sure about that one.
力
Two. Heck.
摇
Something like polishing or like it's because it's just the person. Oh, that is not it. I'm not reading that properly. Left radical is different. Definitely not pool, right? No. What that is?
Feng 就
No. No. Oh no.
错
What happened here? I'm gonna need, I think, lucky. Oh. I have no idea what that is. I got a inkling just now when I did this. And now it's gone again. I typed foo, but
误
oh, that's not good. That is very not good. The heck is this?
尾
Okay. I don't know what that is. Despite knowing it was lay, just from a look.
会 创 集
Man. I don't think this is like... Okay. This is definitely like a bud, right? Okay, nice. Alright. What? The field? Oh no.
台
Am I getting it mixed up? I feel like I'm getting it mixed up.
五
Heck. I think it's just... This is not true. Oh no, it's Joe because of the... Dang it. I'll let that cook. Okay.
偏
What is this? And hide is... Hmm. Hmm.
则
That's gonna suck. Okay.
框 B
With the knife. Where's that mooncake? Because of the moon? This is. Hmm? Hmm? Oh.
扣
I don't like. Okay. That sucks.
满
That sucks so much. One's kind of sucky. Yellow. Okay. Huh. Definitely a body part.
乐
Or is it? This like rib, okay. Man, rib is tough. I've lost what that is.
Shen
Not that. Not this. This is pretty disappointing. Worked on it multiple times. It looks like we're gonna go back and work on it some more. Oh, yeah.
扭会
Dang it.
尾
Hmm. No idea. Oh. That puppet. I'm gonna need something else. A puppet is not good. Barely got it the second time.
虚
That's rough. That's really rough. Where are you going with this? Show containers. Probably do. Construct. Everything's okay.
智
Oh. Is this where I give it a quits for now? Let's do some of these.
富人
富人吃蛋糕，
开玩笑，
他喜欢开玩笑，
What?
大人
小孩要听大人的话，
豆腐
Oops.
我喜欢把豆腐加入汤里，
Silence.
胜利
我们的胜利来得不容易，
锻炼
他的锻炼计划很紧凑，
Oh wait. Or like workout. Okay. Excuse me. Hmm.
递给
请递给他这封信，
容易
放弃很容易，
细化
他们正在计划明年的计划，
翻来什么？翻来覆去。
翻来覆去，
我翻来覆去睡不着，心里很烦，
胃病
我的胃病很严重，
绝对
这就是绝对的事实，
Or already determined or something like that.
活泼
他是一个活泼的孩子，
课程
我们的课程结束了，
Yo, what? Oh, goodness gracious. What is that? I think that's yen. Okay. Or difficult. I don't quite remember how making it difficult to get in. Okay.
办公室，
有人每天打扫办公室，
漏水，沙发，
那沙发多少钱？
I have no idea.
海鲜，
他对海鲜过敏。
一起，
我们在一起。
What the heck? Hold up. Oh, hold on. All tied together, absolute cake. Man.
艰难，
What the heck? What?
寒假，
寒假我要去旅行。
Not yen? No, 不是 yen.
石柱，
这座庙里有很多石柱，
重要，
我们在讨论重要的事情。
侨民，
侨民常常想念家乡。
帐篷，
这个帐篷可以抵御强风。
Heck, I went with it. Didn't work.
破烂，
这是一只破烂的手机。
Worn out. Fine. Ah? What?
条凳，
凳。
请帮我把条凳搬过来。
Oh, wait. That's a bench.
氧气，
火需要氧气才能燃烧。
Heck. This is probably Joe. Dang it. Daylight. Please. Plus. Way. Oh. Okay.
向往，
向往着北京。
It's like forwards that direction. Oh! Oh no. Wrong. It's fine. Figuratively.
昼夜，
动物昼夜活动，
What happened here? Oh, is Ling Chen? Was that not Ling? Oh, who do I mess up Xiao with? That's sleeve, right? I might wanna think about this. What is Shun? Shun. Oh, it's actually not. Oh, I'm not thinking. I'm thinking of Shun. No, it's always been. Oh, it's because it doesn't have the wheel. I misread the wheel. It's not a wheel. Sprout.那沙发多少钱？ What? How does this make sense? Oh, sofa. Yeah. Kind of a dingus. Oh, man. Oh, no, that's... I can sofa.
思想，
他的思想境界比我高，
Or thoughts. Fine.
岩石，
这块岩石很重，
Rock, it's fine. Oops. Or垂直 vertical. What am I doing with the finger and the... Going on. What? Oh, gee. Hi.
追查，
追查谣言，
Bean. Oh, I forgot the O. Chill, chill.
垂直，
这堵墙是垂直的。
Oh no. Wait. Yeah, wrong tone.
领袖，
他是一个伟大的领袖。
Or like a leader. It's fine. Boss leader.
牢狱，
牢狱里的生活很艰苦。
Ooh, voice. Did I miss a G? Oh, yeah. Under wrong location.
静悄悄，
图书馆里静悄悄的。
草稿，
我们需要一个新的草稿。
嗓音，
孩子们喜欢听他的嗓音。
无稽之谈，
他的理由简直是无稽之谈。
What's going on? Pretty sure it's oh, wrong tone on the bun. Bunji is trigger.
"扳机，
That seems dubious.
宫殿，
宫殿非常壮观。
Oh goodness gracious. That doesn't seem right, does it? CC 嚷嚷 is CC 嚷嚷 Bustling.
熙熙攘攘，
That doesn't seem. Oh wait. Okay. Oh no, that's it. That's it.
肉馅，
这饼的肉馅是猪肉。
The heck is going on? Oh, wait. I thought that was die. Chu? A tsu? Why did I think it was? I don't know. Japanese.
浏览器，
这个浏览器很快。
缝合，
这件衣服的裂缝已经缝合了。
仆人，
他是家里的仆人。
Oh, cool.
磁带， 爱巷，
这条爱巷通往市场。
发票，
我需要一张发票。
Like a invoice. Okay.
对弈，
他跟朋友每周对弈一次。
What happened to E? Oh, this is like play Go or something. Oops, wrong tone. Bad fingered.
巷口，
他们在巷口发生了一场小车祸。
Whoops, wrong tone.
魔鬼，
魔鬼是恶的。
荷叶，
荷叶上有一滴水。
The heck? Like, Bench. Or Ben is not holding up. Asshole.
笨拙，
No, 懂事。
弘扬，
我们应该弘扬中华传统美德。
Like carry forward. It's fine. Oh, wrong time. What is going on? What am I doing? What is happening? Oh, wait. Oh, no, wait. That's not it. That's Gu Wang. Gu Wang. Gu Zhu. What?
击溃，
我们将击溃敌人。
We got 5. We're gonna stop at 5. This is good enough for me. Try to continue to cut in at some point. Not today. I got some stuff to do. Okie dokie. Today's set was okay. I think they were pretty good. Got Jian. Mountain Stream. Jiang. Thinking about keeping an eye on spraying the trees. Oh, that one's gonna not be great. Law. Law. Basket. Ouch. True. English foot. Yeah, chatter. E. Next. G. Hold both hands. More jasmine. Cool. Weed overgrown. Jen, beautiful. Yo, that witch. Yao, Young. Butch. Low. Exclaim. Yo, what the trombone? Oh no, now we're doing in, right? Yeah. What are you growing? Auto. Alright. Well, let's do these again. We'll catch up on them at some point. Eagle. On P. The last time this happened, I had poop multiple times. Now I have fart and butt. What are the odds? Nope. That is not Jill. Yao Tang. Yao Tang. Good Qiao. Bei Rang. Li Tao Ru Ying Hui Ni Ai Ni Si. All right, so 5 things. Che. Chu. Ji. Hui. Yeah, that's right. Wait. Is it? Something seems amiss. Oh no, that is it. Lay. Alright. So, Ch8, how in the world is Ch8 going to work? We do the J? Yeah, okay. Let's see, Kirby is in the bathroom of the electric plant. Working as a guard. Maybe not as good. Perhaps more like, yeah, alright. Be trying to welcome Theo Concubine Sure. Standing at the bathroom. Guard again. Any eruptions and unwelcomed intrusions as the Divine used the woman's bathroom. And we're putting welcome in because of or Ch8. Okay. Ooh, livestock. This one's rough. Other than the other livestock. Oh, we do have another tool coming out for Twitch. Interesting. Twitch. Not too bad, I suppose. Chucky is in the bathroom house where he is trying to raid caterpillar from the rice bathtub. Order to a terrarium to caterpillars act feed for livestock. Just Chucky though. Is I don't know where I'm going with this. use that. That one's yikes. I did use Lucky. Actually, Ch8 just happens to be part of it too. He is kind of one of them. So else. Build some soldier. Guard and warn him of any maybe I could build 2 robot soldiers capable of each being wise enough to alert him of any intruders unlucky to challenge Jimmy. Prefers to not rely on luck. Protect himself. Or to make own luck mention. Something like that. Mentions and hey, kind of tied Joe together. Oh, you know, there was a bad one, right? Ch8 was pretty bad. What was it? Bite? And it was clouded by Jewel. Yeah, the sun? Dang it. I'll let it cook a little. I have no idea what to do with Wei. Other than get way out of there somehow. Let's look at Wei for a moment. Which way are we talking about? There's actually no way to defend. I feel like there are 2 taboos. No, there aren't 2 taboos. Dang. Wait. Attitude. We have to double down on this somehow. Oh, maybe we'll incorporate Wei, which is defend, right? Okay. He heard. He is trying to make some hand hides that good enough to accommodate his transformation. trying to in them in the bathroom and trying them on to see if good enough for him to defend the world in. Defend the world. Fight crime. Third. Alter. That. Third. Trying to I don't know. And hides before you treat them, defend them from I have no idea. Oh, that one sucks. Okay. Puppet. Rice fields in the basement. Oh, whack. That's where he is. Repurposing all the byproducts from the rice field to collected from him and his blender companion. Or weaving the whole product. And to construct puppets for the, I don't know, younglings. Okay. Younglings at the ramparts. They're playing at the ramparts. Are playing on the beach, making ramparts of the dirt and sand. Something like that. Throw in lay, the other lay. Okay. So let's think about this. Ch8. Yeah, we are linking it with Ch8. Ch8 is death. Oh, you know what? Mysterious is not too bad. Those are pretty weak. Shen. I'll have to think about it. G with G. Oops. Stuck way with way, and then lay with lay. All right, I'll try it that way. All right, that is a wrap for HanziHero today. If you're gonna watch this later, as always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself, give it a go. You're always welcome to come on by, yep, converse, exchange ideas, right? Keep each other mutually motivated. So until next time, 大家下次见，感谢观看. Thank you for watching. See you guys next time. I'm gonna take a quick break, and then we have a PSO2 NGS update. I totally forgot this, so I kind of forgot to cover something else before this, but we're gonna cover both of them. I hope that this picks up. Well, we'll see, but it's unexpected, or it's technically expected. I just simply lost track of time. So I'll be back for that. So until then, take care. Thank you.
Attention Ark's defenders. We are beginning a counter-offensive against the powerful enemies in the Steer region. We request the participation of all Ark's defenders. Thank you.
Alright, folks. Welcome back. It has been quite a while, and I kind of missed the boat on keeping up with the Chapter 7 thing. So between last time it has been a little under 4 months since the Chapter 7 Part 6. As a quick review, I typically play this game on a semi regular basis, do your quick dailies and your weeklies and until the next story chapter. And we are here again because now we have confirmation, and on April 1st, right, Fool's Day, there was a release of Chapter 8, the first part of Chapter 8. In between last time, which was Chapter 7 Part 6, there was also a Chapter Part 7, which I kind of skipped over, or I didn't do it yet. And I've been meaning to cover it because it's one of those filler things. In anticipation, they did announce in April, or sometime in April, that the new chapter is going to happen. The new arc is going to happen. So we're going to do the last part of Chapter 7, Chapter 7 Part 7. I don't know if that was intentional or not, where 7 have... And that's probably some I don't know what it's about, but typically the last half or most of Chapter 7 was the peaceful time following the current false, right? The current false entity was destroyed, the Starless related stuff. And then over the course of Chapter 7, you get slowly, they keep introducing the altered. You've come back in time, you stepped away for things, and now welcome back, Beth. So, in Chapter 7, everyone's chilling, Ina's trying to become an instructor, but she's having problems with that and learning how to become one. And then Manon is dealing with her overload thing and being Manon, because dealing with her powers and being a Lucilian, right? Lucilian. And then I keep forgetting Manon, the other Lucilian that's around who's helping out. Then you have all the bros and sisters from Caveras doing their thing, doing their research and trying to R&R, right? Everyone's at their R&R, they are chilling. And then you had the slight background with Crawford and Jean was his name, I think. Genos, or Jean. It might be Jean or Genos. Jean and Crawford reflecting on Hibana. Hibana, the one that passed away, and finding out that she's also a Lucilian before. And we have one more chapter is probably gonna just wrap up their life, the slice of life part. And it's been a long time. Chapter 7 ran an entire year and a half, and it felt like the PSO2 NGS team simply wanted to rotate and do their live service thing. So the occasional level cap increase, and then more challenges and stuff to keep busy for the mechanical stuff. More urgent quests, your really typical thing. And with this, there was a recent level cap increase to level 115. And with this patch comes finally, which this might actually be the last chapter arc that I'm gonna cover, because I'm not sure if, I mean, we'll see how chapter 8 turns out. Chapter 8, I imagine, will run more than a year and a half or something like that. And I really I've been wishful thinking that maybe the simply chapter 7 was to give the dev team enough time to create a larger arc, which it seems like that's the case now. So today was the release of the part 1 of chapter 8, ushering in the new arc, the Altars arc. So the people that had the little like invaders that recently showed up after following the Starless, and they're usually iconically really red. They're like super red. There's like a lot of halos and red in general. So it looks like there might be, the advertisement is that there's going to be a new character to the cast, or the NPC, right? This is a action RPG game, so you're specifically one character. You're not like a JRPG game where this character is some playable entity. And we'll see what the altars fit in the whole scheme of things. Starless were like the ultimate bad guys that were ancient, and you got that revelation that the Starless was this entity that was meant to come and destroy everything. And the first 5 chapters of PSO2 NGS was that you discovered why this planet, why are you here. Turns out that you're just a planet to be trained to fight this inevitable monster that what's his name, Safeto, who is on top, like overseeing all this. You were clones and whatnot to create a train and encounter hardship to fight off the Starless that eventually will come. And they did come, and then you delayed them and fight them off. But then there's a new entity called Altars, which maybe they're like dimensional bending people, and that's what they set it up for. So chapter 8 is called the Altar Realms, right? So, and their altars seem to, with every introduction of a new doll people, the altars like claim, like the theme that they're trying to apply to altars is now all the game mechanics, right? The game mechanics, it seems like all the altars, like the big baddies, they all have global skills. Like everything alters the field, for lack of a better word. So all of their mechanics, like they're universal mechanics, as opposed to back like Starless and basically the now where most of the combat and stuff is global. So what happens is if you have a team of like 15 people, right, or something like that, and you're on the field, everyone gets targeted by their mechanics. So it's gotten to the part where the game has escalated to the point where you have to juggle mechanics that targets everyone, targets the entire field, and it fills up the entire field, as well as on top of all the other mechanics that have preceded, where they would target very specific people or very specific proximity and whatnot. So that's kind of like they're escalating even harder. So now we're gonna play and see what the bosses are like, because most of the bosses are basically, you are responsible for like keeping yourself alive. Back in the earlier ones, like the Starless and pre-fighting Safeto stuff, they're usually very grounded and small effects. Now it's like sometimes it's kind of hard to know what's going on, and you're still always going to be targeted. So it's not like you're sitting there shooting and someone else is grabbing the thing. So it'll be interesting how they escalate. So that's from the battle perspective. With this patch, I'm on my Slayer. So I recently they raised the level cap by 5 levels, and I systematically go through all of the classes and all of the weapons. We're on Slayer because there was a Slayer update for this one, and there is a skill that I don't typically use, so we'll go right in and keep up with it. I don't know how long I'm going to keep with PSO2 NGS, but I've been playing since PSO2 NGS, so since the launch of NGS. And then we retroactively played PSO2, the base game, which is also in this game, right? Let's get into it. I just want to highlight a few things since then. Yeah, so there was one important change to... Oh, there's an urgent quest happening. So there is one little thing, or kind of a major thing that happened. No techniques or things have been changed. I'm not sure if they spruced up the animation or not. But it's a new class skill that's part of their tree, and it's called the Gunblade Focus Extra Drive. And basically you can expend 3 Gunblade Focus gauge. So when you trigger, I forgot what it's called. When you trigger Gunblade Focus, you build, or when you're fighting, you build Gunblade Focus gauge. And then you can activate it when it increases to 3 gauges, and this will increase your Relentless Blade. Relentless Blade is when you do a photon arc, you can normal attack and it would add an extra hit, and it looks like kind of a slash hitbox. I can demonstrate it in a bit. That is during your thing, so you don't get it doesn't disrupt your animation per se if it's hit in a particular time. And I use Relentless Blade a lot, so this increases the potency during the period of your Gunblade Focus. It's a natural extra hit in the time when you're attacking. However, this says, in addition, the first slug shot used while the skill is active is a powerful attack, so it's a one-time only per Gunblade. I don't use slug shot. I don't actually know how slug shot works, is what I read before. Is this supposed to be considered a slug shot? No, that's a hot shot. Oh, here's the slug shot. Pressing the normal attack button without inputting a direction after... Oh, so I do all of it. Okay. So, the full, rotation is... I use... So, we take advantage of it already by mechanics. So, it's a buff to your standard mechanic. So, how it works is... I do enjoy playing Gunblade quite a lot. I use Flowing Serious. So during Flowing Serious, if you hold down, well actually I can demonstrate probably. So that means that when you use gun focus, you take advantage of it anyways. So we just go out here for a sec. And then we use these target dummies over here. So when you use Flowing Serious, right? That's what it's called. I really do not play this game long enough to remember all the abilities. So Flowing Serious, when you just tap it, it does this animation, right? And then if you hold it, it continues to increase its animation. So right here, and then there's a follow-up, right? That's how it works. However, you can get a Relentless Blade and a what did they call it? A slug shot and a follow-up hot shot all in one set. So you do this, and then you have the you can see the little flash. That was the Relentless Blade at the end. When you vertical, you can add a relentless Blade without interrupting your Flowing Serious. But right at the end, you can, after it finishes, you can still follow up with a slug shot. So it's like this. right? So right at the end, you have a slug shot. So that takes advantage basically of your normal. Yeah, so it looks like this, right? So that's what I typically do anyways. And that's kind of neat that they basically buffed the slug shot and the relentless blade as part of your singular attack. This is when when you really need to put out some damage on a down target or something like a boss. Anyways, we're gonna be using Gunblade, largely because it goes with the patch. Whenever they change like a class, that's when I level them up again. And they rotate around. And once everything reach max, I just do my dailies and weeklies until one class reach max, then I switch over, and then I rotate weapons from time to time. So, to start off, we're not going to be able to catch this urgent quest. So, I told myself that I was going to cover the last part of chapter 7. I didn't know how long they were going to go. They did back in February, maybe like January, February. They said, "Oh yeah, chapter 8 is coming in April." I didn't think it was April 1st. You know what I mean? So, I was going to cover, and between then and now, chapter 7 part 7, the very last like slice of life thing, was released, and I didn't cover it because I was a bit busy with like language learning and stuff. So we're gonna go and visit whoever it is, and it's called The Existence of Music. I'm not even sure if this is gated for whatever is chapter 8, so we'll see, because I don't see anything specifically that's highlighted as chapter 8. So this is chapter 7, and it's the 7th part of chapter 7, the 7th update, like 2 months ago. There is some main ass progression thing, but I'm not sure if that's what's gating the chapter 8, so we'll see. I might be like way off base and chapter 8 comes later. Yeah, see, right here, up here. And whoops. That is not, do not click on those like that. How do you advance? You advance by using period and comma. So here it is, the main story, chapter 8 release campaign. It starts today. I don't get to cover this game at all. This game, I want to make like a quick summary. This game for me is how I practice like action-oriented mechanics. I enjoy action RPGs, but not too many games, you probably hear this quite a bit, but not too many games have both, like live service games have both story as the forefront, because there's a lot of costs that isn't really like conducive to live service. But other live service games could tend to excel on games like mechanics, right? So this game, you probably heard someone at least talk about its.
Thank you for your contribution.
Okay, talk about like mechanical depth, and this game more or less to me is your quintessential sandbox mechanical playground. So they continue to just keep adding and layering more and more mechanical stuff, and if there's any like game where I basically practice various variations of like mechanics and input mechanics for future games and whatnot, it's PSO2 NGS. I think PSO2 NGS, or PSO2 in general, is one of the longest combat oriented RPGs. So the depth of the choices and depth of playing different mechanics, you can play it in this. Obviously so the customization, what the heck is that gun? This game is janky as all get out when it comes to like the visual presentation and whatnot, but that's kind of the charm of it. People play this game because it simply shares as a sandbox, right? We'll talk about like the creative space and the decorations, like how your character looks. Obviously I did not invest in that. I use this as a way to kind of see what other games have. So whenever when someone comes to me and say, "Oh, hey, are you gonna play the next MiHoYoverse game?" and heard it was an action RPG or something. PSO2 NGS or PSO2 in general is where it all starts. Like they have Sega has kept this game alive for so long. It's one of the oldest when it comes to the mechanical depth of action RPGs. So I usually use this as my familiar baseline to mess around. And I don't really play it like religiously, like 2 hours, 3 hours. It's more like come in, see what's going on, see what kind of mechanics, and then whenever I play other games, like, oh, okay, this kind of reminds me of this input style and do this thing. So this is where PSO2 NGS has been for me. Hearthstone is another one for like PvP CCG games. Like Hearthstone's been going on for a very long time, and I've since moved on from MTG, like Magic the Gathering, to Hearthstone, and that's where I want to form the basis. So I play these games as they are. They're live service games. We have to keep that in mind. And live service games, my take on live service games is successful live service games are games where they're the playgrounds, they're the culmination and progressive value is from slowly adding on things. And then those publishers, right, the PSO2 NGS team could one day release a more refined product in the package of a PSO2 game or PSO3 game. Like that's kind of what my thought is. Like at some point, maybe Phantasy Star Online 3, which despite the name online, maybe it's going to be a PSO like a PSO themed game that would be curated from all of this. That's kind of how I'm treating Persona 5X, for example. The Phantom X is a great example, which happens to be Atlas and Sega, right? Atlas and Sega. And when I think of Hearthstone, I also think of it that way. Like Hearthstone has many mechanics. There's so much mechanics. And the idea is that's my baseline. So if I play the next Witcher game, there's a Gwent, a Gwent 2. A lot of the exploration and theory crafting is from Hearthstone, right? I tried to pick a live service game to keep up that kind of represents a general group that has been around for a while, like a genre live service game, to have at least somewhat of a familiarity. So I wanted to make that clear. What these games mean to me, because I'm not saying like, hey, this game is going to change your world or something. You can probably play a lot of action RPG games that are really well curated, high in quality, right? But there's no monetary entry for this game. And the way Sega, the PSO2 team, handles this is that at every like large update, they put a benchmark there, so that when anyone picks up the game, the benchmark is crossed nearly immediately and you are up to date. Like to give you an example, the requirements to get the gear, like oftentimes RPG games, people would say like, oh, but gear, you could be gear gated. Like it takes, no matter where you start, they keep putting the benchmark to be immediately right before the current. So if you start a new account, you immediately get caught up. Simply that. Atlas's P5X, right? Like Blackwing Studio and Perfect World, it's harder because of the JRPG nature of it. But they could also implement some of these things. Neverwinter Online is another game that I play that kind of overlapped a bit. they tend to put a benchmark like one patch back. And that's kind of the nice thing about live service games, at least in my opinion, if you're using it pragmatically for that. Obviously, most of my time is invested in non-live service games, but these, well, most of my time like covering things, these are always in the background somewhere. All right, so let's go and talk to whoever it is that we're going to talk to for the end. So this would be the last chapter of chapter 7, which has basically been like a slice of life thing. Everyone's like chilling and trying to take this respite before chapter 8, which is, I'm kind of curious what kind of theme they're going for. There's like, it's the kitchen sink. Like PSO2 is kitchen sink. At some point, it's not even clear what they're doing anymore. So that's kind of how I feel about very long lasting adjust some sound here.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Trying to adjust some of the sound because I keep forgetting what the audio threshold is for these things. All right. All right, so it's gonna be about music, so it's gotta be Nadia. We're probably talking to Nadia. Okay, and Manon.
I heard about the Song of Morning. Oh, hello. Well, why don't you join us? I heard that the Song of Morning was often played throughout Lucille.
Yes. I'm not sure how it ended up being sung in Retem, however.
Do you know any other songs? What kind of question is that? The Song of War. Which one is the Song of War?
We heard that one as well.
Oh, yeah, which one is the
As
song?
I
Oh, I
mentioned,
remember now.
The Song of Morning was played between projects.
Interesting.
The Song of War, too. There was a lot of information about music among Lucille's vast databases. We had a large library of songs, both in audio and video format.
Okay.
A large library.
I had no interest in any of it back then. I never took the initiative to seek it out anyway. But I was familiar with both songs, and when I looked them up, I found out they had lyrics. After listening a few times, I knew them well enough to at least hum along. You can imagine my surprise at learning Retem had the same song.
Interesting. You mentioned a large library. What other songs were there?
I don't remember exactly, but I do know that they were all over the place. A lot of them used different kinds of instruments. I'd have to guess they probably were not composed by resurgent arcs. They came from beyond even the nameless city. Created in some world beyond ours, if I had to guess.
And this world beyond ours creates endless kinds of music?
That's a
Would I
fourth
be
wall
able
break.
to access this vast library of music, perhaps?
Fourth wall illusion.
You can access most of it
Illusion.
from terminals in Alpha. Most of it anyway.
Wonderful. Who came up with music?
Fourth wall.
What was the process behind it? That's something I have always wondered about. Over time, music became something exclusive, something inaccessible to the people.
That's a interesting thought.
Something used ceremonially. It is not my intent to dishonor that. But I never felt that music was meant to be something solely used for ceremonies. And now, I know my suspicions were correct. The people of Ritem all adore music. I would like for it to be freely accessible to them. If it is not an imposition, I would like to share this library with them.
I want to sing along with everyone.
Me too.
Thank you. I can see the looks on their faces now. I want to see Hadi's reaction before anyone else's.
So actually, they did release a new concert video. There is a new concert video and song that was added with this chapter. I liked the Ritem chapter quite a lot. They did try, this game does try to add, its music is often in the background, but the tracks are really good. Like, it's just a lot of it. They're not associated with like events or anything. Like, you can play pretty much the entire group. Like, you can play anything. Right, you have a music player, and you can create a list at any time. And oh, how are you? Like, it's a huge laundry list of tracks in this game, and then they obviously add in SEGA stuff too because of Sonic, right? I don't know if Persona things. I don't think Persona things ended up here at all. I wouldn't be surprised when the next large Persona project drops that there's some sort of collaboration or celebration. But generally the PSO2 team kind of strikes as me more so overlap with the Sonic team. Many of the the type of little things in the modern Sonic games deal with the layouts in PSO2. And then vice versa. Less so Persona related things. But Persona is Atlas, so there hasn't been like a crossover in that. Like a Dragon, not so much either. RGG is just doing their own. Alright, let's go back here. Yeah, so this in the original PSO2, it was like, how was it, 1,000 years ago or 2,000 years ago? And they did lots of fun little chapters that dealt with like a Neo Tokyo, like a Neo future, like post future thing with schools and music and stuff. So, but they were still beyond that. And this game is even beyond that. Like, it's presumably whatever the old, like humans, right? Like the old humans, they're no longer in existence. So the fourth wall break here, well, it's technically not a fourth wall. They're actually referring to a bygone era where like they weren't just clones for fighting and whatnot, and catastrophic alien race trying to destroy each other situation. But a part of the Phantasy Star online world is that this, all of these times is post-human time. This is when thousands of years pass and space travel and all that stuff happened. So every time they talk about like music and stuff, it's like, yeah, but they're referring to when music was pleasure and there was less peacetime. Like, it serves as a fourth wall break, but all at the same time it's kind of part of the music. So whenever she's talking about music, it's like it's kind of supposed to feel that way, where like music doesn't serve a purpose in this storyline for anything other than rituals and whatnot. All right, Aina.
Oh, it's you! Dozer here was just telling me something about Rikul and Ruka.
Okay. Sure. Trainees?
Yeah, I was asking Dozer what he thinks about their progress. You were saying?
The recruits you trained have been deployed all across Alpha and are gaining experience. They're doing a good job. Really helping out. Quite a lot. Rikul and Ruka are currently stationed in Ritem and working under Hadi. Rikul is squad leader, and Ruka is assistant squad leader. It's a new environment, but they're taking to it very well. I think they got that adaptability from you, Aina.
We sure did go through a lot together.
Have no
Well, it
recollection of
You really
those
put your training
trainees.
corps through their paces.
Like what they
I
look
wasn't
like.
trying to. It's just I didn't know how to tailor things at first. But I think I got better, little by little, thanks to everyone's advice.
I didn't want to butt in and offer help you didn't want. Turns out, I didn't need to.
Was my advice helpful?
Thanks. That's nice of you to say.
The fact is, all your trainees are highly satisfied with the instruction you provided, Aina.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that.
Look at that. Our conversation came around to you.
I guess so.
Well, in any case, I'm not worried about your students at all. And you shouldn't be either.
Okay, I won't.
Until
So, what am I supposed to do now exactly?
chill.
Well, as I mentioned, we're planning to train some new recruits pretty soon. I'd appreciate if you could handle some of them.
I think I'll do better this time around.
That's the spirit. I guess that means I can ask you to train even more at once this time.
Oh, wait, I didn't say.
I'm teasing you. Though, to be honest, it might not be a bad idea, considering what we're dealing with. Well, I suppose we can work those details out another time.
Yes, sir.
You know the interesting thing? After playing Kiwami 3, right? There's kind of a level of flexibility when you're playing a game where like you're not expecting emoting, like face emoting, to just have characters that don't have the capacity to emote. Like it's kind of humorous because whenever you're looking, like since Dozer is a cast character and my character is a cast character, they can't emote. Like their face don't have any emote. So typically it's just left to the imagination. But these like older games, right? Like if you're talking about RuneScape stuff, you get to a point where like when the fidelity is high enough, you can be very critical or be taken out of it when faces don't emote properly. Like for example, Kiwami 3 RGG, they have to like do a lot of mocapping or performance capture in order to get like sufficiently close enough for the whole emote thing. But here, there's just all the character models simply they just nod and they like it almost looks like Dozer is constantly standing in a power stance, and then all you do is hear their voices, right? So whenever they like stare and work, there's no emoting in the face, and it almost feels kind like you don't miss it if the game doesn't emote. But then you get into games like games that deal with cutscenes that do have close-ups and zooms in, and it's such a tricky balance, because for those games, if you're gonna showcase, like for example Capcom games, right, the RE engine, you got to get that emoting, thing. Here they're just chit-chatting with nothing, no facial expressions whatsoever. It's never close up. Anyways, I think their voice is kind of close enough. Maybe a little bit more.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Because we're gonna do the chapter thing. I'm not sure if it's the in-game. It's hard to know which slider it is. It's okay. This is probably gonna be good enough. All right. Man room. Probably Crawford and.
Hey, do you read me?
Of course, Crawford.
I need to ask you for your help with an urgent matter.
Okay.
We received a call a moment ago. We're still looking into things, but this might get pretty bad. Can you hurry over to the command room? We'll go over everything here.
I think that's the trigger for. Yeah. Okay. So it was blocked behind chapter 7, right? So now we're starting our chapter 8. It said a mysterious realm immediately. I was like, okay, so now we're into chapter 8. So that was it. They basically just chill, and that was most of chapter 7, where you have like 1 or 2 scenes, and they're like, oh, you know, time's passing, things are having fun, or people are growing, and then now we're finally into the next arc, the next like conflict, so to speak. The old the PSO2 base game had some really wonderful like escalation and whatnot. Obviously it's not to the fidelity of say a full production game, but you have to use your imagination. The writing at stakes and all that, it was very dramatic. NGS hasn't really ever been that dramatic. All right, let's go in and see. So we're starting chapter 8 now. This is what this stream was about.
Thanks for coming. It's been a while since I saw you all.
Yeah, it's been too long since I've been on a mission with you and Manon.
Indeed. But unfortunately, the circumstances would appear to be less than joyous this time around.
Perceptive as usual, Manon. Well, let's jump right into it. I believe you're all generally familiar with the Altar Realm, correct? Quite a few Ark's defenders have already gone in and explored this mysterious realm we discovered a while ago.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Right.
But I don't really know much about it yet.
This Altar Realm is linked to Halpha via that huge dimensional rift that appeared out of nowhere one day. It's pretty clear it has something to do with the Starless. So, naturally, we've been looking into it with great interest. We lost contact with the research team a few hours ago. Unfortunately, no. We've tried re-establishing contact several times, but so far, no luck. They had standing orders to withdraw, if and when necessary. Which means something highly unusual must have happened for them to disappear like that.
Hopefully it's just a comms malfunction. But something tells me it's not quite so simple.
The very last communication we received from them simply stated, something's off about this place. This seems to warrant a more urgent response than sending in a backup squad like we usually would. I need you to look for the research team and find out what's going on in the Altar Realm. Please, deploy as soon as you can. We're all counting on you.
Nope. Off to the Altar Realms we go. Yeah, the Altar Realms.
Certainly does appear to be of the essence here.
That's a lot of XP.
As soon as you're finished getting ready, let's get to that dimensional rift thing that appeared in Ritem.
Yep. Let's do.
Thank you.
Okay. Constantly sliding a little bit more and more. Louder. Okay. Alright. Let's go. There was also a new like nameless city layout, the Neon City, which looks okay. Okay.
This connects to the Altar Realm Desert, where the research team disappeared, right?
Several teams have investigated the Altar Realm since it was discovered. But none of them have ever simply vanished like this. We can only assume that something must have happened. Are you ready?
Let's go. Have I been here before? I don't remember. Level 112 required. Okay.
This place always
yes.
creeps me out. I can never get used to it.
Okay.
It looks just like Halpha, but something's off. I can't put my finger on it. It's like something's missing. It just feels fake.
Yes. Let's keep an eye on our surroundings. We need to find that missing team.
Always appreciate the atmospheric music.
Wait. I think I see some footprints here.
Oh yeah! They're faint, but those are definitely footprints.
And it looks like several people. Got to be the team. We should look into it.
But we have to deal with these enemies first.
Trial start.
Oh, I forgot. It's weapon action after. Okay. Hold up. Calm down. I need to hold. Calm down. Sound effects are gonna need a reduction here.
Success.
Okay.
All finished.
The analysis is complete. These footprints definitely belong to the research team. They're starting to fade, but it looks like they go that way.
Then our course is set. We need to make sure they're okay.
Let me in. Okay. New footprints. Okay. Point it this way. Okay.
Trial start.
Yeah, so the altars are these red guys that have like a very characteristic halo thing around them. Oh, that is so delayed. Oh, ow. Okay. How far does this reach? Not that far.
Success.
Right. It's been a while. It's been a little bit since I used the gunblade. Last one I was using was Force. Staff.
Hey guys, look! Is that smoke over there?
Yes. It looks like someone may have been fighting.
Let's go see if it's the research team.
This is where our new character shows up. Our alter realm specific. Oh, excuse me. Specific realm character.
Trial start.
I can hear something in the distance. It sounds like metal on metal. I'm pretty sure it's fighting.
The research team might be in trouble. Let's hurry and help them.
Oh, boy. Hmm?
Success.
All right.
Over there! I see something!
Oh, there's our new character.
What? Why are arcs fighting each other?
I don't know either. But they're the ones who are acting weird. Who are you anyway? Hopefully you're not going to attack me for no reason like they did.
Why is the research team coming after us? Aren't we on the same side? Incoming! Get ready!
Intriguing.
What are you doing? We're all arcs here, aren't we?
Forget it. We're not in any condition to talk. We need to defend ourselves.
Trial start.
Ow. That's a force user for you? Okay. Oh, it's kind of neat fighting other arcs. Resurgent arcs. Ow. Ugh!
Success.
What? This doesn't make any sense at all. They're still coming.
What's the plan? We have to do something.
Fall back?
Unfortunately, our retreat appears to be blocked.
Alright, well.
Perhaps if there is some other path. Some other path.
Those are some big eyes.
Over there.
Huh. She has interdimensional travel. Of course.
Why is it
must be a dimensional rift. But why is it appearing here?
I don't know, but we can go through it.
What do you mean you don't know?
This is no time for chatting. Let's go.
Our design is interesting. Very fiery. We gained another level because of how generous XP is when it comes to where it goes. Back in Retem.
We're back home, right?
In before a
There's no
different
doubt about
dimension.
it. This isn't the Alter Realm. It's Halpha.
So, what's your name?
So this is Halpha.
Daijoubu desu ka?
What? You're concerned about me?
Yeah. I mean, you were already fighting when we got there, and then you helped us out, didn't you?
Not really. I was just running away myself.
But the fact is that you did help us. So, thank you. My name is Aina. What's your name?
I don't know.
Oh.
Huh?
Well.
I woke up lying on the ground with absolutely no memory. I have no idea what my name is.
Oh, here we go.
Or even who I am.
Could you have been on the research team? Maybe whatever affected the team erased your memory too. What do you think, Manon?
That certainly is a possibility. In any case, whatever was going on with the research team back there was definitely not normal.
Right? They didn't even hesitate to attack us fellow Arcs.
Either they were overcome by some kind of strange stupor, or they were being controlled by something. We need to figure it out somehow.
Let's just go back
Agreed.
again.
Let's get moving.
Oh.
Well, what do you want to do? You might have been on the research team. Maybe we'll find something to jog your memory.
She doesn't look like she belongs to the search
Something
team.
to jog my memory.
Of course, we can also take you to the medical bay to check for any injuries, if you like.
I'll go. I'll go with you.
Lady, you emote a little bit too seriously. Okay. Amnesia, huh?
I got a battle log that looks like you fought the research team. What's going on?
We're not really sure ourselves. All we know is that they just attacked us out of nowhere. And also, the girl who saved us is right here.
We'll explain everything later, but we met her in the Alter Realm. She seems to have completely lost her memory.
That's interesting. It sounds like I need to thank her for keeping all of you safe then. And while I am curious about her, our priority is finding out what's going on with the research team.
We're thinking about heading back to the Alter Realm again. We can't just leave the research team there, you know?
But if you determine that they've lost their senses, and saving them simply isn't possible, then you might be forced to make a tough decision. Be ready for that possibility.
Right. We understand.
Alright, let's see if we can get her memories back.
If there's even one scrap of memory that I can get back, I'll take it.
Okay.
So, I'll go with you. I'll do it.
Oh, so dramatic. Alright.
This isn't where we were before.
Intriguing. Yeah, this definitely looks like an altered. Ooh. Oh, I like those things floating in there. Oh, this really does remind me of like, so it does look like a warped Rotem, but I'm a fan of like flying
The
things in the
unstable
air.
dimensional rift may have caused a slight distortion in space-time here.
We need to find that research team. Let's go.
I'm still waiting for the like the alter dimension
So, what exactly
Earth
happened that led to
thing
you fighting with the
that
research
happened in
team?
this game
I
series
was there
again.
when I woke up and couldn't remember a thing. Nothing. Not my name or even why I was there. I was looking around for some kind of clue when I saw smoke in the distance. And when I went out to look, they just attacked me without any provocation whatsoever.
I see. Something has to be wrong with them.
Stop. Something is coming.
Uh,
What? What do you mean, something?
I don't see anything.
I don't know, but it's very close. Look out! Fight!
Oh, okay. Not
Trial start.
not as crazy as I thought.
Success.
Glad that's over.
I'm amazed that you were able to detect those starless approaching even before we did.
What if she is a starless?
Starless? All I know is I had a bad feeling.
Don't
And
know
not
yet.
only that, but you don't seem to have forgotten how to fight at all. They say a true master's body remembers. That must be what's going on here.
Oh, hi. Interesting.
Was that message left by the research team?
Certainly looks like
We
one.
might be able to find some clues. Let's keep an eye out for more data pods.
Certainly one way to bring back data pods. How can this person track attempt report in?
That person. I guess they must have found someone that they wanted to track.
Are they with us right now?
Weird. The wording makes it sound like they knew whoever it was.
Huh. Okay. We got all these cubes.
We should get in touch with Crawford. He would probably want to know about this kind of thing.
Can you even contact them in this dimension?
You're right. Comms aren't going through.
Of course.
Everything was fine a minute ago.
It looks like we have something else to take care of for now. Get ready!
Of course. That's the first question you would ask. Oh, hey, it's a Bujin.
Trial start.
Ow. I feel like I'm on a delay right now. The heck, man. Okay, that is not the right timing, that's for sure.
Success.
Eh. Wait,
Oh, it looks like our comms are back up.
a different Crawford. Oh.
Cut off. I don't
Oh, that's kind of cute. That's
Something's
cool.
not right.
They're doing like kind of like a Clone Wars kind of thing, or like doppelganger or manipulation kind of thing. Which there was a pretty long storyline of like doppelgangers, like evil doppelgangers or interdimensional doppelgangers. Intriguing. It's neat to fight like force users and all that stuff, photon users. Different classes that you're so used to, but as opponents.
I guess it was too much to ask to get my memory back. There's nothing here. Nothing's coming back to me at all. I don't remember my purpose. Not anything.
It'll be alright.
No, I'm totally fine.
You're clearly not totally fine.
I was just about to say.
You've been looking like something's on your mind. Hey, are you okay?
Clearly
You keep
not okay.
sighing a lot. It seems like you're anxious about something. Are you absolutely sure you don't remember anything else? Even just a little?
I'd hardly call it a memory.
Go on.
I do have this vague feeling that there's something I need to do. Something like a purpose.
A purpose. I wonder if that's at the heart of your memory issue.
It could be.
Is it a tragic purpose?
Remember. Everything is so hazy in my mind. I'll never get myself back as long as I can't remember it. I'll just be hollow.
I know. Why don't we give you a name? What'll it be?
Huh? What are you even talking about?
A name.
Well, I mean, how can you be okay with not even having a name?
It is true that a name would help facilitate communication.
Let's go with...
I don't need a name. I have nothing.
like something like
What good will a name do me?
Astro, or maybe like Asuka. Just call her Asuka.
Strange ability to save us every single time. Like that time with the research team, and then again with the Starless.
That's true. If it weren't for you, we might not be here right
Although
now.
most of the characters don't actually have Japanese names. Here's a mixed match.
Your memory doesn't come back. At least you can start making new ones if you have a name. So, that's why I thought it would be nice for you to have one.
Okay. Is it?
Back where I grew up in Aleo Town, we used to call the light of the star that ships used to navigate.
Lucia. That's a nice name.
Light of the star?
Yeah. And you're kind of like the light that leads us in the altar realm.
Lucia is a great name.
So it fits. Hey, what do you think of the name Lucia for
Oh,
her?
this reminds me of an old what is it? Sega CD game. Silver Story. Isn't Lucia the name of the series? Hold up. Or maybe it's not. What is it called? Oh, it's Lunar. My bad. Lunar. It kind of reminded me of that when they said Lucia. It's a good name.
Right? I think it's perfect.
Yeah.
Indes.
It does have
Indes.
a nice sound.
I'd
think it suits you quite well.
Lucia.
Well, do you like it?
I don't know.
I don't know. It's just
But I guess it's not bad.
it strikes me as an Asuka. I'm thinking of Evangelion, the
And
red
so begin
red
our
motif.
new memories together. It'll be so much fun, right, Lucia?
All right. It's been a very long time since there's a new character that like it's on the standing character roster. All right, let's go in. Let's find out who Evil Krofa.
Huh? Oh, me? It feels kind of weird being called by a name, I guess.
Then I guess we'll just have to say it a lot. Lucia!
Oh, come on. You're being silly. Aren't we in a hurry anyway? We need to move.
What we're doing? Oh, there's more than one. Okay. Numerous starless. Okay. 3 of us fled our attacker. 4 of us.
What the heck? What happened with the research team?
Okay.
I had thought maybe they were in some kind of stupor or delirium. But if that data pod is real, then
So
something
doppelgangers.
posing as a team member
Yeah.
attacked them.
So they're like clones of some sort. Not actually the research team. What do we got here? Everybody's already gone. Starting to see things. Interesting.
Do you think that could be Raw McQueen?
That's certainly Raw McQueen. Interesting. Parallel universe. This is like kind of the underworld, right?
This desert looks an awful lot like Retem.
Retem. Yeah.
The whole time we've been here.
So we're having like altered dimensions
So,
of the same
if
place.
this something that attacked the research team was somehow mimicking them, then isn't it also possible that this place might be mimicking Halpha too?
Where's Lucille? I was looking to the sky to see if I could see Lucille.
You mean
Lucille.
the Outer Realm is kind of like a copy of Halpha?
It's pure speculation. But if it's true, it would explain why this place is so much like Retem. But we'll need to push a little farther to get to the bottom of this.
Alter dimensions. All right. That is certainly one way to repurpose and reshade and like the assets. So I was kind of hoping for a new biome or like a new planet or something, but this is certainly one way to go about it. Remixing.
Are these the research team members?
Oh, rip.
No. Are we already too late?
I'm sensing something. Look out! Incoming! Get ready!
Is it Mr. Worm guy? Oh no, it's one of these guys. Oops, hit the wrong button. That's awkward.
Success.
Is it over?
No, not yet. Look over there.
Well, well, what a surprise. You did even better than I thought. Then again, I guess that's why they call you the Guardian.
Evil Crawford's pretty cool.
Wait. There's no way.
You gotta love doppelganger arcs.
Why indeed? Why would I be in the Altar Realm?
Are you the one who killed the entire research team? But why?
Oh, don't make such a scary face, little Ina. As your reward for making it this far, I suppose I'm obligated to show you the truth. Well, what'll it be? Do you dare attack your commander?
This can't... Is this really you, Crawford?
No. This thing is a Starless.
Starless?
I'm certain of it. This bad feeling. It's the same as when the others attacked us.
Well, aren't you clever? You're very interesting.
What is that supposed to mean?
Aside, the time has not yet come.
I do like my mysteries.
Good question. Why don't we call me Alter Crawford?
Of course. Naturally.
No need for you to worry. The plan is already in motion. We'll have even more fun before long.
Ooh, I do like him.
He's gone.
I wonder if there's an Alter Ch8.7.
Crawford? I'm so sorry. If only we had somehow been able to get here just a little sooner.
Not that it's any consolation, but the Starless killed them. Not you.
Yes, I do understand, but it still hurts.
It does. But now we know. The Altar Realm is not simply some strange, unknown place. A place modeled after Halpha for some unknown reason.
Oh, is there another Ch8.7 though?
Posing as our friends and acquaintances.
Wasn't that guy saying something about some plan being in motion?
Which is, I'm kind of wondering. Alter Ch8.7.
We're not done here. In fact, it looks like we're just getting started.
I do enjoy hearing, like, if there's an evil Ina or a Manon. Like, I'm thinking more from like an actor's perspective. It's often refreshing and fun to hear actors like play themselves, but play a different version of them. It's like the characters they voice, but these episodes occur a lot on like long running series, like drama series or dramedy series, where the actors would like have amnesia, or they would somehow be in an alternative universe where they get to play a different version of the characters that they play. And it does sound like that's Crawford's voice, and it's kind of nice, like from a creative standpoint, where, oh yeah, you're always voicing this character and they're always like a certain way, and then suddenly it's like, yeah, Let's do an unhinged version of you for an alternative universe situation. It does play into the whole like MCU and the DCU and multiverse kind of deal. This is interdimensional, so
Indeed. The research team, the imposters. We have lots of new developments to report.
Let's really go home. To our Alpha.
all right. That's it? Oh man. I don't know how I feel about that. These chapters are really short. I wonder how long it's going to be for the next chapter. They're still relatively short. Usually it's every 2 months ish. So I guess that's it for that. Dang. 114. Much shorter than I thought. I was expecting, yeah, you know, one other development or something. But it is nice. It is interesting to see Evil Crawford, Alter Crawford. I'm curious if they're just gonna go full send and do like Altered Manon and all of them, and then do a throwback, maybe like, or do something where the evil ones, the evil people, are the good people in the Alter realm, right? That's always a kind of a fun thing to play on, where the ones that were misguided tends to be the righteous and the guided one. Would make it for fun scenes like, wait, we're used to there's quite a lot of fun things you can do, like what if it was different, right? So multiversing and interdimensional stuff always gives that little playful nature, both from creative and like people who are involved in creating. What if we wrote it differently? What if the bad guy was the good guy situation? So it's kind of neat to see an evil Crawford or an altered Crawford where he doesn't just sound like a soft spoken leader that sits there all the time. So it was nice that there are, how you say, somewhat silver-tongued sinister character in the series. There really hasn't been one since like NGS started. But in the old PSO2, base PSO2, there were a lot of like very sinister, sly people, like eccentric people, and it actually does the writing of the actors a lot of favors, because you don't get a lot of emo. This game does not, like, there's so much limitations to a live service game, like the way this is designed to have performance in it. So it's nice to see another eccentric character, despite it being the Crawford character. And that's kind of neat, because it's nice to see that the actors, they are able to, I almost feel like this is both a pragmatic, business-oriented choice and whatnot, when you have the same actors also perform again. Allow them to like flex and have fun with different personalities. Anyways, it also reminds me of like shows that do body swap. So you get where like the serious character becomes a silly character, and the silly character becomes a silly character, and they do like an impression of each other, right? But their bodies are swapped. So I do enjoy that quite a lot. From the perspective of, we have to remember that despite the fictional characters being like different and whatnot, the people who are voicing and acting are doing it, you know, the same people. And oftentimes role-playing games, in my opinion, if I was never a voice actor, nor did I ever did any acting, but from a creative standpoint, it sounds like a blast too. If you spent most of your time being like a goody two-shoes, like a righteous character, and suddenly like now you get to be a sleazy character who like constantly, you know, And then you sometimes get places where you interact with yourself, like your your altered evil self interacts with your good side. I think that sounds like a blast from being like an actor of some sort. Again, that's my take on it from an outside. I imagine people who like to voice act, personally, professionally in these games, and then also act in games that do like performance capture and stuff. It must be a blast to want to be different versions of yourself so that you're not like kind of restricted to a typecast. Like sometimes there are actors that do a role so well, but they do it so well that in the future they rarely ever get an opportunity to like do something else, right? They don't get an opportunity to flex or take a chance on different archetypes. That's pretty. I think it's an excellent choice to choose like Crawford as the quote unquote villain for the time being, because Crawford he's very stock person, like he's stock good person. I hope that they take more liberties and really make the other characters unhinged, because I think that's kind of a bit missing in NGS for the longest time. Things are not very unhinged. They're often incredibly overly dramatic and larger than scope than the game's production value can support. Granted, it's gonna be a while before we see like a centerpiece boss or something, because those centerpiece, they look really excellent. The mechanics to play and stuff is obviously still very familiar, but seeing bosses like gigantic things, and so it's often a spectacle in NGS. It's very short though. That's what I kind of have always been concerned about. The arcs, like the chapters and stuff, are incredibly short. And obviously that's me personally. I imagine they don't really get much for creating these chapters. What I mean is like incentivized to do these chapters. And I mean, that's the main purpose of me playing or showing or recording these. Otherwise, it's simply mechanics. I absolutely love... okay, it's not to say that writing is not important in PSO2 at all, but because of the lower stakes in writing, in my opinion, it can also be a silver lining. They could be very unhinged about the writing or experiment with things. Easily one of my favorite chapters in PSO2, like base PSO2, is when they did the virtual reality thing. And then they threw in like castles, alternative planets, and like suddenly you're in like a neo-feudal but post-apocalyptic Japan. They did crazy, like really interesting things, which I do kind of miss that they are not taking that route. And I can imagine whatever production costs would not really fit. This game often strikes me as being incredibly tight on budget, so here's to another 2 months, right? I didn't expect it to be this short. Tomorrow there's a Phantom X update, which is it's every other chapter, so it's very short as well. But it was refreshing. Good tease. I like it. And Lucia's great. Like, I mean, it's obviously to set up. It's a slow burn. This game, the writing is incredibly slow burn. Maybe it's also restricted by its production value and whatnot, like its production budget. But it does get stretched a lot. Well, let's go see what this is about. Apparently there's a side activity here that's part of the campaign. I don't know what this is about. Find the mischievous cat. You receive a communication from Alpha. Alright, no one. She asks you to look for a special... Interact with no... Okay. Let's go see what this is about. This was added in the same chapter. And then we can do the new limited time quest. It's probably themed after the chapter 8. Part 1. Alright, so what are we looking for? Are we looking for Neko? Of course. Why am I so hard? Okay, a cat ran off. Special equipment. Try to get it back. Alright, it's an Alio somewhere. Please try Tower Ruins. Alright. Fair enough. Let's go to Tower Ruins. It's a scavenger hunt. Wait, I thought this was the Tower Rune. Wait, is this not the tower? Okay, laboratory Tower Runes. Doko desu ka? Tower Runes. Alio's Tower Runes. My first thought was here, the laboratory. Or like in this general area. Is this like the same thing as the mischievous, like the events mischievous hologram things? Our runes. First thought I think about is like up here. But I think I'm just making this up. I go here. Search for the cat. Oh. Oh wait. Are we talking about it's in Central City? I came across one. I didn't even see coming across one. I don't even know what I'm looking for. Is it like these things here? Okay. So oh, Alio Town Runes. Oh, here's one. Does that count? No. Okay, there's just a bunch of cats everywhere. Hold up. Tower Rune. I mean, not Tower Rune. Town Runes. Alio. I keep saying tower, but Town Runes. I guess it's in town. It's in the town, no? Like this one? Okay. Again. Hold the phone. Hold. Okay. Great. So, I mean, it's got to be here somewhere, right? Wait. Do these have extra... No. Actually, I don't know. Do these have extra points now? I doubt it. Oh. The town runes. Oh, those town runes. Like the actual Alio town runes. Yeah, like the former Aleo town ruins. All right, so we're here to find a cat. How well hit? Where, oh where are you? Hmm. No. Anyone seen a cat anywhere? Uh. Hmm. 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 I don't even know quite what I'm looking for other than a literal cat. Maybe it's at the gravesite. Oh, I didn't realize they put a tower over there so we can TP over there. When did they put that in? Gotta be a while ago. Yeah. Euchre Drive. Well, I clearly do not have the eagle eye to see the cat. Let's try again. This time. Okay. Someone's here too. Hey, can you my friend, do you happen to know where the cat is? I'm certain this person's. Is it among the... Oh. Wait. Okay, that person is definitely looking for the cat. Yeah, they are totally looking for the same thing. Clearly, they did not find it either. Yep. They're just chilling. Feels bad, man. One more sweep, I guess. Here's another person looking. in before they're not the cat is not actually here. The heck, man. Hey, there are 3 people now. Hooray. Yeah, I don't see it. That is some well-hidden cat. Now we have 4 people here. Perhaps up there? Let's go. I don't think it. Nope. Now the person is also here. No. I don't know. maybe that object there? Or there? Hold up. There's something down there that looks kind of suspicious. Over here. I found it! Hooray! Mission accomplished. Okay. North Alio, there's a deep valley between... Oh, okay. Someone said a cat is lazing on a... I found it! Alright. I think I know where this one might be. It's probably at the top of the big structure. Alright, now I kind of have an idea what I'm looking for. Like where, like a type of idea of where I'm looking for. So we're gonna go up there and see if it's up there. Now the question is, how... Oh. Is it up here? Where are you? Oh, I really thought you were gonna be up here. She specifically said something like this pit. Huh. Blazing around. Don't imagine you're here. I don't think they mean... I mean, there is one place over here that would be interesting if that's where they are. Or that where the little guy is. But I clearly read that they were referring to the valley or the crater. But you could go up here off of a platform. Wait, is that part of North Alio? I'm not even sure. No. They could go up there. No? Or low? Okay. I think it was referring to the little, like, crater. Let's go back. I mean, we could see if it's up here. I see another player. No. Hmm. Where, oh, where? I don't think you can get underneath here. Okay. Hmm. It kind of feels like a needle in a haystack. Hmm. This one is definitely a lot more difficult to really don't think it's going in here. Nope. Don't see anything. No. Hmm. That is tough, man. Hmm. Well, now we explore all the structures. Dang. Nope. All right. I don't know how I feel about this. Maybe I want to do this. This doesn't seem like it's related to that. So we can do the limited time quest, and I guess I'll find it when I find it. I was really thinking they do something like, hey, you know that place you need to reach kind of situation? But this could be anywhere. Wait, hold up. None of this actually worked. None of these things. I already have the thing that's highlighted that I thought would trigger something on proximity. Alright. I'll do this another time. This is probably gonna take a minute. Nope. Oh, I know. Yeah, this is probably gonna take a minute. So let's do the desert theme invasion. And we'll call it a day. Until I don't know. I don't know if they're gonna accelerate the chapters. I often felt like they were storing up, you know what I mean? Like they spent chapter 7 writing basically very few things and they just store it up, bank it. Or it doesn't seem like that's the case. Okay. This is the new limited. They spin and remix limited quests all the time, so let's see if anything new is remixed into here. Seems pretty normal so far. Oh, hello there. Are you like a heal person? Oh yeah, you are. How did that hit me? Hello? Oh, now you're just aiming at someone else. I'm getting bopped into collateral. Ooh. Well, that's certainly a view. Oh, hi. Oh, there. Okay. This is what I mean. The global mechanics.
Trial start.
Ow. 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 It's so hard to tell. I landed that. Don't even at me right now. Oh, that delay. Ah! Oh, my eyeballs.
Success.
Wait, where are we? Oh. Oh my gosh.
Trial start.
Eh.
Success. Trial
The
start.
heck? Oh, that is so awkward. Alright, can I like reset? Okay. Oh man. Oh, okay. Oh, well, that was interesting. Island hopping and all. Oh, hey. You get rings. Hey. That's pretty standard. So pretty standard limited quest, right? Limited time quest. Themed after the chapter 8, part 1. Alright, so to wrap up, this is where I usually visit oh. Maybe we do a... Oh, okay. That's gonna be a while. But this is where I would visit some creative spaces. So let's go visit one. Like, let's go visit a creative space. Some creative spaces. and land on a couple. We're basically just gonna look through the list and see if we can roam around one or two of them in the first. I haven't been saving any of the creative spaces. There have been some that came and go that were really pretty wonderful, that were different from all the last time. Yario. Yeah. Some sort of library. Wait, I think I know what this one is. This is completely white and small room.
This is an emergency
Yeah, okay, we know this one.
signs of renewed Dark Falls activity. We are preparing an interception operation.
Let's try to find a new one. GV Bebops. GV's Clubhouse 2K. Oh, Gigaboo. Well, it's not me. Let's try to find a good one in the top 50 here, in the 50 available. Don't remember what Tower of Heaven is. Nope. We're gonna try to highlight one of these guys. Nintendo Gallery Memories. I think I already know. We want to look for a nice choice.
This is an emergency transmission.
Yeah.
Confirmed signs of renewed Dark Falls activity. We are preparing an interception operation. Please prepare to deploy.
Oops. Symphonium Academy. We might not find one. Kinda quaint. Pretty quaint. Cute. You got your... That's interesting that they attached this building. Okay. Got the cafeteria. Type of... I'm not entirely sure what they were going for here. Right, very nice. Your two floors. I'm guessing this is the gymnasium back here and the pool. Nice. Okay. No basketball hoops and whatnot yet. Pretty solid. Ooh. I saw some okay, music. Okay, music room. Solid. Oh, this is really cute. This is a cute one. The 2 floors of classrooms. Right, your soccer field. Tommy room. Oh, this pool is nice. This is a really cute pool. Shower, like to wet yourself and clean off. Alright, that's pretty good. Very cute. That's how you do it. Okay. Cyber City.
This is an emergency transmission. We have confirmed signs of renewed Dark Falls activity. We are preparing an interception
that's okay.
operation. Please prepare to deploy.
Let's see. We got plenty of anime references over here. Easy treat. Okay, hold on. Oh, wait, I know this one. This one's okay. Okay.
activity. We are preparing an interception operation.
The copied city. What is it that you copied? Oh, right. This is the near thing. Speaking of Song of Morning and Song of War related things.
This is an emergency transmission.
Yeah, the back rooms.
Signs of renewed
This
dark
is such a
falls activity.
coincidence because
Preparing an interception operation. Please prepare to deploy.
I remember this. There's a pit in here that takes you to the back room. Yeah. The back room, recently A24 published a trailer for a movie based on the back room. It's kind of interesting. Yeah. I don't think this person added the whole, wait. I don't think the person added anything with like the stairs and whatnot. Yeah. Let's go find something. That school is very nice. It's bigger than it looks. A little red room. Okay.
This is an emergency transmission. We have confirmed signs of renewed dark falls activity. We are preparing an interception operation.
Find the blue within the red. Secrets everywhere. She is watching you. Okay. I'll bite. Okay. Okay. The blue within the red, you say? Huh. How does one... Do we take this and gain access to it? No? Interesting. Do we click on this? Oh. Does it open when I sit here? No? Okay. Interesting. Hmm. I can't jump up. So there's that. Can I access it from the back? Is there a cellar entrance? I'm about. That there's secrets everywhere, but I am too. Wait, oh, wait. Is this where I came from? Yeah. Yo, what? I don't see what you mean. Wait. Yo, what? Okay. Okay, buddy. Bigger than it looks. Look for the blue. I don't see any blue. Calm down. Wait. Here lies L. Okay, so L is not here anymore. Does the door randomly open because I... Heck. Alright. Honestly... Wait. Heck. Well, I'm not patient enough today for such a thing, unfortunately. It's... What time is it? Oh, it's 2 a.m. Yeah, we gotta... Try to find an interesting one. It has to be by chance. I like discovering it by chance. A replica of the classic dungeon from the original Phantasy Star on the SEGA. Wait, is this the like Phantasy Star 1? Do I recognize this?
We have confirmed signs of renewed Dark Falls activity. We are preparing an interception operation. Please prepare to deploy.
I don't think this is what I had in mind. Yeah, I don't know about this. All right, that's I'm out. So far we're talking about Symphony Academy by Terminal Horizon. Got any other shots? Pumpkin Hill. Full of screenshot spots for you. All right. Let's go here. This seems like an OG, like a OC. Let's see what the OC looks like. Shoot is by far like hands down. Oh, okay.
Please prepare to deploy.
This is okay. That's kind of tempting. Truck-Tune Simulator. It's hard, literally.
This is an emergency transmission. We have confirmed signs of renewed Dark Falls activity. We are preparing an interception operation.
First day of... Okay.
Please prepare to deploy.
Slice of life film. Alright. Oh, I'll bite the rooms for the time being. Alright, let's go in. Okay. Same... Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I've seen a lot of creative spaces in the last, like, year. Oh, pardon me.
Please deploy to Central Alpha and repel it. We're counting on you.
Alright, you know what? We'll come back. We can do this, we can do this urgent quest, and then we'll head back to the one creative space. I really enjoy the... I mean, it kind of looks like an OC. Based on, you know, classic layouts. Let's do this urgent quest and get bopped. What is the most recent urgent quest? Is it this one? This one? It's certainly not that one. It's definitely not that one. It's definitely not that one. I think I've done this one. We'll see. Plane crusher assault. I don't usually do the urgent quests anymore because it takes timing, and my schedule is like kind of really packed with language learning and writing and all that evening. I try to catch it every once in a while when there's a new one in the rotation. Don't remember which one this is. Yeah, this one's a familiar one. I do look forward to like crazy large scale things. I think the urgent quests are pretty fun to look at.
A powerful enemy may emerge from that space-time ripple. Be on alert.
That's an interesting thing. approach. I kind of dig the one-sided cape though. Okay. I have yet to see a Jehuti reference. Someone made a Zone of the Enders. Which one is this? Oh, okay. Oh, this one's kind of annoying. Oh, ow. Am I just gonna spend the whole time guarding? Yep. Pretty much. You don't even have an opportunity to do anything. Ow. They're so aggressive. Yeah, every time you hear that noise is guarding. Keeps me invulnerable, you know? Ow, ow, I missed one. What? I was not early there. Oh! That hurt. Just guarding, and guarding. So aggressive. Ow. That was early. Ow! Oh, well, that was awkward.
We're getting a massive energy reading. Prepare to evade.
Oh, rip. Save me.
The fragment has reappeared. Careful.
Oh no, they did remix this. This did get remixed. Ow, that was too early. Can't be blocked. What are you doing? Okay. Oh, that was close. Oh, I was late. What? I was not late for that, mister. Oh, I actually splashed him so high vertically. What? Oh. Okay. Okay. I got hit and got the guard? What the? Oh, ow. Oh. Oh, come on. Oh, that was... Oh, goodness gracious. I think there's a gun. Okay, so now we're doing guns, right? Yeah. Yeah. PSO2 often has like most of their stuff are really like a bit of a spectacle. Oh, I screwed up. A bit of a spectacle to watch, but ultimately it's not too complicated after so many like playing it for so long. And it's usually fairly generous when it comes to getting used to the things. Alright, now we do like the lane thing. Oh no. Oh. Oh. That's kind of hard to see. Ah, stop. Right. Okay. They did mix it up. Like, there was a different phase. The last phase was a little bit different. And then the combination of the phase 2 got remixed too. Pretty usual stuff. A bit of a remix of old.
Enemy defeated! Mission accomplished. Please return to base.
Alright. Squeezed in a urgent quest. It's always a fun thing to like look at. When you do the urgent quests like long enough, when you play like PSO2 in general long enough, you kind of just get used to how big everything is. Everything looks really big. But your execution, the execution of your weapon and your class makes it so that it feels like you're pretty much invulnerable most of the time, as long as you keep hitting your timing. Obviously, I screwed up a couple of times where I did it early, and then basically every other dodge was every other like sidestep and dodge and weapon action was a little bit off by a couple of frames and put me in danger. But most of the time, you kind of just get used to it because you play with a certain class or weapon sufficiently. You know how to stay safe. So everything else, like attacking and finding your attacking windows, are kind of optional as long as you know how to stay in it. So every time you hear that like classical chime, the clink sound, it's like you landed your window, basically your parry window, so to speak. But this game is more of a you block, you like perfect guard, and then you have to respond. You do a response, so no automatic response. You need to know your follow-ups. Anyways, yep, pretty standard. And then obviously we go back to the one creative space that I found very quickly. Maybe that's what we'll do to save some space. Before, I used to like go through a bunch of creative spaces, but now it's been like to a point where the random page that gets proliferated isn't like consistently rotating into new things. But I think this one is very good. It's really cute. Is there any way I can like get to a high position? No, not really. Yeah, this map is very cute. One thing that obviously leaves a lot to the imagination, or a little bit, why this stuff is not as, you can kind of see how its aging system is largely because there's no like, your creative space, you have to get really, wasn't there a way to, I remember there was a way to, nope. Nope. Hold up. No. That's not it. I don't remember what was it called. But the thing about this, what was I saying about creative spaces, is you can see that you have to be really creative and get down to the nitty gritty to try to get the shadowing. Like, this game doesn't have dynamic shadowing or like occlusion or something like that. So oftentimes when you're doing creative spaces, you have to use your imagination where the shadows cast and whatnot, because this game operates on a engine that doesn't have like occlusion when you're doing these things. So these building blocks and stuff, they sort of kind of interact, but they interact like minimally. So a lot of really creative things like these things, you have to get really creative to proliferate flat surfaces, because the flat surfaces tend to be not textured and whatnot. And this doesn't give you the feeling like, oh, something is a little off, usually because of like subsurface scattering, the lack of subsurface scattering on flat surfaces. But that doesn't diminish how fantastic, let's go like right here, how fantastic people get jerry-rigging all these things together. Could have sworn there's a way to definitely nope, that is triggering a different thing entirely. Alright. Well, that's okay. I could have sworn there was a, like a button. Nope. Well, that's okay. Yeah. So, new character. A bit on the short side. I was expecting like double the length, but maybe they'll accelerate their release of the chapters. That could always happen. I would love to see that next month, like the same time, like May, but I imagine it's 2 months from now. So in June, we'll see the next chapter. I really enjoyed it. Short, very short. Most of these sessions are fairly short. The game is largely more of a sandbox again, and not like sandbox in the traditional sense of a sandbox like open world thing, but more like a sandbox for dumping more and more permutations. Like they generate an assets, and those assets are combined and remixed as much as possible. So this game is incredibly modular. When they release something, then they can remix it with everything else. Even the stories themselves and the texture and all that, they're constantly remixing. So it's more like a workhorse thing. Like you go to a restaurant, how many ways can you make a grilled cheese kind of situation? And that's why this game still persists. And I think it is a great place to test things at low cost, both to the end user and the developers. It would be really fun. I say this at the end of every one of these, that I would maybe I'll live long enough to see another Phantasy Star game, like a Phantasy Star game, right? Or a Phantasy Star online game, like the Sci-Fi version or the fantasy one. It'll be interesting if Sega eventually be like, yeah, you know, it's time, and then let's add some of those things and do their thing, because they in their in-house group, there's sufficient. I feel like they have enough collective experience to bring back Phantasy Star. It'll be very interesting if it does happen. It's such an interesting premise that it doesn't have to be coherently like a space opera. The original PSO2 operate like a space opera, kind of like your Star Trek, and I enjoyed that quite a lot. What is the Star Trek thing? It's like you take your post-future, right? You take your post-future, and then do as many anachronisms about space and whatnot in virtual reality and the likes, or you know, Phantasy Star, the original Phantasy Stars were like kind of a mix of anachronistic sci-fi with fantasy, and it serves as like a backdrop, a very reminiscent of like how Chrono Trigger works and Chrono Cross. There's aspects of time traveling, different time periods, and they all gel together because it's character centric. And then your band of unlikely characters are assembled through the era or the time or the zones or the dimensions. And I kind of miss some of those things. When was the last time I played a world hopping game? It's been a while. And obviously Nintendo does that quite a lot too with Mario games and whatnot. But for myself, I like the overly dramatic space opera, existential crises, suddenly hurling universes, that whole like Gurren Lagann kind of thing, Evangelion kind of thing, where things just, alright, everything is becoming incredibly unhinged and unapologetically unhinged. Or like really tight things like Chrono Trigger. I feel Phantasy Star, both the West kind of like the low sci-fi and the high sci-fi, the PSO stuff, often can be like a sci-fi epic, right? I miss playing an epic in a while. It's been a while. Most of the last couple years I played RPG games, so they're not epics, they're dramas, right? Crime dramas. And then Persona games are supernatural. They're supernatural dramas, which I really like, the deep cuts. It's easily one of my top 3 genre games. You talk about either psychological portrayals of modern life things. RGG also does the same thing with like organized crime and geopolitics. But a really meaty thing, I mean, I might as well eventually play the Final Fantasy VII remake series, right? That is a Western sci-fi epic, right? But I think Sega is lacking one at the moment. Yeah. So is actually Atlas might have No, Atlas is still missing one too. I guess unless you're considering their foray temporarily with like NIS, like the Skya like things, but their Persona games are it's still grounded despite the paranormal stuff. So neither of the Sega Atlas branch has an epic or epic 4X like expansive, unhinged type of thing. And I haven't played one in a while. Like a dimensional spanning thing where it feels like everything is larger than life. Clair Obscur was last year's like highlight. I really like Clair Obscur, but Clair Obscur is again more of the other type of genre, the artsy fartsy, subconscious, surrealism things. But I do miss a really awesome, sprawling space opera epic tale. There are some games coming in the future that is from a Western audience, like there's Osiris, the Expanse game. I don't know if I've ever played a video game that felt like Star Trek, other than all the other games, like seeing people attempt to create Star Trek, right? Like Star Trek Online is a live service game that exists, but there were various Star Trek attempts. And I think Phantasy Star has often struck me as the Star Trek potential Eastern take on things. This other than that, it would be like a Cowboy Bebop stuff, right? A bounty hunter expanding universe thing. That seems to be very trendy now in like media and universe and whatnot. Like the MCU is booting up back up again, right? So most of the, like, even the DC universe, be it your DCEU or your DCU from James Gunn stuff, they're booting up. You have traveling across the galaxy, visiting different planets and whatnot. I think that's what I really liked about base PSO2. This one, you've been on a single planet technically for the entire time, Halpha, and then they're like they're using Halpha to break it up into the biomes. I did not play things like Starfield and whatnot. I still have my copy of Outer Wilds, which could kind of grab at that, scratch that itch. Anyways, just a little commentary near the end, some reflections. Shining Force, the Shining series, ooh, that would be great to see return to the Fire Emblem that is Nintendo's property. I keep saying that. Eventually, I guess maybe I'll live long enough to be correct. Like Shining series, PSO2 return, right? And then obviously Persona, the next Persona game is a foregone conclusion. For Atlas, the one that I said that was like an epic, it's Metaphor, but I haven't played Metaphor yet. I'll have to play that at some point. I haven't played like a Final Fantasy or a Dragon Quest like thing, and then Sega did have those things. Sega had plenty of those things, but they haven't really made it back. If you think of the longest standing IPs that Sega has that are
repelled. Your efforts are appreciated.
Thanks, Crawford. It would be PSO and like RGG, Ryuga Gotoku, and then their their now subsidiary Atlas, Persona. Those are like long-standing things. But there are really much older series that I grew up with. Like Shining Force it was a time when they tried to remix it, like remaster it. The original Shining Force did get re-released at some point, and it was not available to me like in the platform it is. So Sega has still plenty of interesting things that are used to be their counterparts to Nintendo's thing. I don't know about J-Cocoon. I still remember playing J-Cocoon. That was a PlayStation asset, I think. A Sony asset. Anyways, that's a wrap for the end of Chapter 7, Part 7. That, keep up. And then Chapter 8, Part 1, sets up for a doppelganger, interdimensional shenanigans. That's pretty interesting. It's still quite muted because it feels like the environment isn't like complementing their stuff, but it's a nice setup, and it's probably each arc is like a year's worth of time, so I imagine there's like 5 or 6 parts to this, and maybe each part is released every 2 months, so you would expect the 5 parts by April next year, right? Maybe the conclusion would be April next year. At least that's what it felt like for most PSO2 stuff. Anyways, that's a wrap for today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? As always, you can feel free to follow along, pick up PSO2. PSO2 NGS has such a low bar of entry. You can practically binge. It's like a binge thing when you play through all the missions, and it's okay. The chapter 1 through 5 basically summarizes all of Halpha, and then I was looking forward to seeing if they create a new planet or a new location, but it looks like what they're doing is they're flipping Halpha on its head and doing a mirror dimension, so to speak. So an alternative timeline or location kind of thing. It's understandable. And you're more than welcome to come on by and talk about some of that stuff. I am definitely the first one would be excited to see another PSO or like a PS, like a Fantasy Star property return. Until next time, and maybe roughly another 2 months. Tomorrow I'll be doing P5X Phantom X update, the 3.5 update. That's the other live service game. And then I also cover Neverwinter Online, but Neverwinter Online's next module, full digit module, is not for a while. So until next time, take care, stay safe. Minasan, mata ne. Right. Mite kurete arigato. Thanks for watching. See you guys next time. Bye.